All right. We got a really weird echo. Or is it just me? No one wants to hear me once. They don't hear me twice. It's better now. Welcome to the March Commission meeting. As is customary, let's say the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
I only have to read this one more time. To those watching via Zoom, if you do not send an advance comment sheet prior to the start of the meeting, but would still like to comment on an agenda item, please do one of the following. If you're on Zoom via your computer, you can send a chat to the host with your name and the agenda item you wish to comment on. If you are listening on the phone, you can send an email to wgfvideo@yo.gov, making sure to include your name, phone number you are calling from, and the agenda item you wish to comment on. Also like to recognize Representative Winter and Representative Newsom. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. Okay, our first agenda item is the election of officers. The president will entertain a motion for a nomination for president.
Mr. President, I would like to nominate Commissioner Roberts.
Commissioner Roberts.
Second.
Any more nominations? Been moved by Commissioner Byrd, seconded by Commissioner Jolovich to nominate Commissioner Roberts as the next president of the Game and Fish Commission. Any more nominations? Any more nominations? Any more nominations? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Congratulations. Thank you. Here's the weapon.
At this time, I'd like to open the floor for nominations for vice president. Do I hear any nominations?
Mr. President,
Yes?
I would nominate Ralph Brokaw for
Okay.
Vice President.
I'll
The
second.
motion by Commissioner Ladwig and seconded by Commissioner Byrd for vice president for Commissioner Brokaw. Do I hear any discussion? Is there any other nominations? Okay, at this time, I would ask for a vote from the commission. All those in favor of Commissioner Brokaw for vice president, would you please indicate by aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there any no's?
Can I oppose?
No.
You can.
It's carried. Congratulations, Vice President Brokaw.
Awesome.
Thank you. And the first thing is I wanted to do as the new president is I wanted to make sure and everybody understood just kind of what the direction of leadership that we've had with President Doobie and Vice President Byrd. They've been stalwarts. They're absolutely rocks. They understand and they have a very, very good grasp of this state, the whole issues and everything. And it's been a pleasure on my time since being on the commission to look up to you folks, to take your wisdom, to make us a better commission. And I think it's we've came a long ways. I hope people understand that you know, President Doobie has really pushed forward for public access. Every time a thing, every board he's there, everywhere he's there, his name's everywhere out in the public. And I think we're so fortunate to have him to be a president of it. And I sure appreciate it. So if we could give him a round of applause for their
Service well done.
Service well done. Thank you. This time, I want to move for the admission of the January minutes. Has there been any changes to the minutes or anything that the commission should have note? Hearing none, at this time, is there approval of the January missions? Do I hear a motion?
So move.
The motion is moved by Commissioner Doobie. Do we have a second?
I'd second.
Second by Commissioner Brokoff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. The motion carries. Thank you. I guess we'll move on to the next one, which will be the director's report.
Good morning, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And congratulations, Vice President Brokaw. The commission will, as always, be in very good hands under your leadership, and we certainly, the department looks forward to it, and we enjoy the exceptional relationship we have with both of you gentlemen. I did want to say a few things about my good friend Pete, and you know, what an incredible leader. He's, to my knowledge, he's the only commissioner that ever served 2 years as the president. And he did that at a time when we really needed him to do that. And the entire commission at the time felt strongly that that was the right thing at the time. And it's a lot of work. And you gotta have your eye on the ball every day. And Pete was willing to raise his hand and step up and do that. And I just personally, Pete, I want to thank you. You know, you and I have worked through some very difficult issues on the commission and some very difficult issues personally. And you've been an incredible mentor, an incredible leader. Wisdom is a word that comes to my mind when I think about you, because you've always just got such pragmatic, down to earth, straightforward, no BS kind of an approach to things. And the department has a tremendous amount of respect for you, as do I. And so does the public. I mean, you have really upheld the tremendous level of credibility that this department and commission has through the way that you've led. And I really thank you for that. And we want to do the customary gavel for you. You want to come on up? Peter J. Doobie, President of the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission from 2020 to 2022. You get to get the weapon back. I'm not sure you'll ever take it out of here again. But, congratulations. All right, so I've got a few things, Mr. President, members of the commission here this morning. First of all, unfortunately, I have to report to you this morning that we have discovered that perch have been introduced into Saratoga Lake, illegally introduced into Saratoga Lake. There was no way for those fish to find themselves there without somebody putting them there. As the commission, I think, is aware, and we have a case right here close to Cody, where these illegal fish introductions have happened in other parts of the state as well. It's a really bad deal for the fishery. And, you know, we're looking right now at how we're going to deal with it. We're going to have to deal with it. It's a tremendous trout fishery, and having perch in that lake is not going to work. And so there'll be more to follow on how the department decides we're going to move forward with trying to treat it or deal with having to get rid of those perch. I don't know exactly how we're going to do that yet, but the fish division folks, Alan and his crew, are looking at different ways to try to do that in a way that has the minimal impact on the existing fishery. But I just tell you, it's not good. I don't want to create any false expectations. It doesn't look good for how we're going to have to deal with this. One of the reasons it's really important here too is that if these fish were to get out of Saratoga Lake and into the North Platte drainage, that's a really bad scenario, because, you know, that would be the furthest upstream that we have yellow perch. I don't believe we've got them any further upstream than the river above Glendo. Am I right, Alan? That's the furthest upstream in the Platte system that we have them now. We definitely do not want perch in the upper reaches of the Platte. So more to follow on that. Just wanted to give you a heads up. There'll be some public information on that here, and you'll see some of that coming out. Quick update on Sweetwater Rocks Bighorn sheep. We've continued to work hard with both the partners, the Wild Sheep Foundation, the stock grower community, as well as the proponent ranch, Pathfinder Ranches, to try to find a way to establish some predictable, legally defensible things for the producers, some assurances for the producers that bighorn sheep will not be used as any kind of a talisman against their operations and their livelihoods and their abilities to graze. We've met with the new state director of BLM. We now have a permanent one appointed. That meeting was good. I didn't know the gentleman before he came, but we definitely had a good initial discussion, and there'll be more to follow. We're working right now though on looking at how we might be able to help draft some kind of language that would allow us to be able to move forward and get everybody on board. We did pull many folks into a room here in February, including non-governmental lawyers, including the stock growers folks, wool growers, wild sheep, a number of different stakeholders to brainstorm some different ideas. And really, I think the conclusion of that is that at the end of the day, to make this work, we're going to need to find those assurances for the producers. So more to follow on that. Just wanted to give you a quick update. Angie's going to give you a good detailed legislative update later in the agenda, but I did want to say that we just concluded the legislative session. It was a short one, but we did have some bills of significance for the department. I will tell you that our relationship with the Travel, Recreation, Wildlife Committee, both Senate and House, is exceptional. We have some really conservation-minded, thoughtful people on both of those committees, and they've just been a pleasure to work with. We have two of them here in the room today, and Representative Winter and Representative Newsom. I thank you both for being here. They are really good members of TRW and have done some cool things this year. As far as we mentioned it last night, but I think it's really noteworthy that the legislature opted to invest in the future of Wyoming's outdoors in placing $75 million into the corpus of the Wyoming Natural Resource Trust Fund. Every year we're able to fund millions of dollars worth of projects around the state out of that fund, and this will enhance our abilities to do that. The fact that the legislature gave this commission authority to look at different options with investing your reserve account was certainly gracious on the legislature's part. And then also there's a new opportunity for sportsmen to donate voluntarily in a new way with the bill that was passed regarding donation of if you're unsuccessful in the draw, sportsmen will have an opportunity to donate a portion or all of that back to the department. So, like I said, Angie will give you some details, but some very favorable things for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. And we definitely felt like the Wyoming legislature has Wyoming's wildlife resources at the top of their priority list. There was one bill that certainly was controversial, and it was regarding the expiration of the sunset on the sage grouse farming bill. And that bill did pass, but we heard a lot of questioning this time from the legislature about the merits of that program. Ultimately, they decided to allow the program that we've only got one permittee in the state right now to continue to kind of finish their experiment, but they did place another sunset on that bill. So it will be reevaluated again. I believe where we ended on that was in 5 years. So with that though, I had several legislators ask for us to consider the commission to consider new regulatory frameworks, potentially reducing the number of permittees that are allowed. Currently, commission regulation allows for 5 of these sage grouse bird farms in the state. There's definitely legislative interest by some anyway in reducing that number. And so I just wanted to make the commission aware that we have heard that feedback from the legislature and also the conservation community. And we will be putting together some regulations for your consideration. That'll probably come at the September meeting is what I'm thinking, and I'll check with Doug or Rick. And does that sound right? September meeting probably for that. Overall though, good session for the department. And I look forward to our continued work with the legislature in the interim. We submitted some interim study topics mainly around any recommendations that come out of the task force, and then also an opportunity to provide informational briefings on our fish hatchery and rearing station system. And those haven't been approved by the management council yet, but when if they are approved, those are the things that we'll be focused on in the interim. And then they also had some other topics that they were interested in, and we'll let you know when we know what the topics for the interim are going to be. The first meeting is going to be in May, I believe, for the TRW committee, and more to follow on that. And I think with that, I did want to provide a quick task force update. We just did a 2-day meeting or day and a half meeting in Casper. It ended yesterday at noon, and had a lot of discussion on some very meaty topics for 2 days. It was pretty intense. And at the end of the day, there were no new recommendations to come out, but there was a lot of work assigned to do additional work on proposals that'll come back to the next Wildlife Task Force meeting that's going to be in April. And we'll have more to follow on that as well when we have some more concrete recommendations. A lot of discussion on landowner licenses and if and how that whole system might be changed. All of those recommendations would come, most likely anyway. To this point, we've only discussed regulatory changes. Most of those recommendations would come to this body. We had pretty good discussion on mule deer. Dr. Kevin Monteith came and provided a good update, as did Doug Bremeyer and Ian Tater from our team, on the kind of the current state of mule deer and mule deer research. So that was good. And you're going to have an opportunity to hear from Rick here either today or tomorrow on some of the ideas we have for mule deer. So with that, Mr. President, I would stand for any questions.
No questions.
All right. Thank you.
All right, next we'll move into the awards, recognitions, and donations. Director, do that. Awards.
Yeah. So first one, I gotta look at my agenda.
It's going to be the Rocky Mountain Power. Oh, okay.
So
We have Dan Smith
Rick King.
and Rick King going to do that. Okay, thanks.
Good morning, President Roberts, Director Nesvik, and members of the commission. It's my honor and privilege today to recognize Dan Smith for 20 years of service with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I want to provide a little bit of background on Dan. So for those of you that don't know, Dan is essentially a Cheyenne, Wyoming native. He graduated from East High, and he attended the University of Wyoming for a little while, but then decided to introduce some adventure into his life and went to Arizona and finished his degree at Arizona State. And right out of college, Arizona hired him to be a game warden and wildlife manager down there. At some point, I think he saw the light, or he heard Wyoming calling again, and he returned back to the cowboy state in 2002. And so even though we're recognizing Dan for 20 years of service to the state, Dan's actually been in the wildlife management profession for almost 30 years now. We're really lucky to have him. Dan started with the Game and Fish Department as an Access Yes coordinator in the Cody region, where he really helped develop an incredible program that we enjoy in the basin right now today. He has tremendous relationships with landowners and has done a phenomenal job in meeting our obligations in the Access Yes program. He was promoted in 2017 to take on the job of the regional wildlife supervisor in Cody. And he had been serving in that role up until just recently in January. I asked him to step up and fill in behind Scott Edberg as our interim deputy chief of the wildlife division. And as you all know, it's really tough for anybody to fill Scott Edberg's shoes. But Dan has done a phenomenal job. He's jumped right into the fray and taken on the duties that Scott had, and is just doing an excellent job. So we appreciate Dan's work. Dan has 2 kids. He has a daughter that's graduated from Michigan State, and she's continued her education. She's pursuing a graduate program there right now. And Dan also has a son down in Laramie who luckily I've not run into yet. His son has followed his footsteps and works for the Wyoming Highway Patrol as a state trooper. So we're very grateful for Dan and his service, and I'd like to congratulate him on his 20 years of service.
Somebody dropped something in there. I think somebody dropped. Yeah, there we go.
All right, Mr. President, members of the commission, I have the pleasure this morning of recognizing one of our great industry partners here in the state. Each year, the department recognizes an industry partner who does great things in their normal course of business for wildlife conservation. Here today from Rocky Mountain Power, I have Sharon Fain and Travis Brown. Sharon is the vice president and Travis is the director of compliance and permitting. And I'd ask both of you if you wouldn't mind coming up and joining me at the podium. I want to say some nice things about you. So the intent of this award is really to recognize those folks who have demonstrated a significant contribution to the maintenance, restoration, or enhancement of wildlife and their habitat or in recreation. Rocky Mountain Power, a division of Pacific Core, is a well-known utility company that serves thousands of customers in Wyoming, supplying the energy that we all rely on to run our households and our businesses and our daily lives. And Pacific Core and Rocky Mountain Power have been longstanding partners with the department, facilitating access for hunting and fishing on their properties, supporting fish and wildlife habitat, participating in wildlife-related research, spearheading conservation practices, and implementing mitigation to offset impacts where they cannot be avoided. As a landowner, they are enrolled in our Access Yes program and support public access to hunting and fishing in locations that are popular among community members. In fact, Pacific Core was previously nominated by the department's Casper region for Landowner of the Year in 2004 for supporting wildlife and habitat and access to quality hunting and fish opportunities at the Dave Johnson power plant, one right there east of Glenrock and Commissioner Bird's district. Additionally, company representatives have worked with department personnel on riparian habitat improvement on Pacific Core property by allowing for Russian olive removal, the planting of willows and shrubs, and retreating resprouts. They voluntarily closed access to their property for several years to assist local weed and pest in containing and treating invasive grasses, and then enthusiastically reopened access when the issues were resolved. In addition to their stewardship as a landowner, company representatives work collaboratively with the department Habitat Protection Program staff on their utility and renewable energy development related projects to understand fish and wildlife concerns and to help us better understand industry practices and processes. This partnership has been especially important as the state is seeing more and more renewable energy projects being proposed and built. Renewable energy projects bring a host of different challenges for fish and wildlife that we're now working to understand better to effectively reduce their impacts. The company has provided our staff with wind project facility tours to help us understand the nuts and bolts of how these projects operate. They support ongoing research related to the impacts of wind energy on Pronghorn and Shirley Basin, and have included department staff in key discussions related to the minimizing the impacts of wind energy on birds. They implement curtailment at facilities that they own and operate to reduce impacts to eagles and other avian species, and they are spearheading additional conservation by raising their wildlife-related standards for prospective projects that they may purchase from other developers, which is causing those developers to consider wildlife in their project plans. And they're taking an industry leadership role in working with stakeholders to discuss and tackle some of the most important issues facing Wyoming and Wyoming's wildlife. Lastly, energy generation requires power lines and transmission. The company is in the process of constructing and reconstructing large transmission lines in order to move energy across the state and other parts of the West. The company's plans follow important state policies related to sage-grouse conservation to consolidate these lines with one another, and they are actively working with land managers to implement mitigation to offset the unavoidable impacts that occur with putting this type of infrastructure on the landscape. Rocky Mountain Power, like I said, it's really important for us to recognize the contributions these folks make. They make them. A lot of this work is behind the scenes. They're just, they're seeking to do the right thing, and not always necessarily worried about, who gets the credit, but they deserve credit on this. And it's certainly my pleasure and honor to be able to just say thanks to them today. We've got a plaque and a sign for them to proudly display. And I just ask the folks give them a nice round of applause.
I just want to say, hopefully you can hear me all right. I just want to say, Mr. President, Commissioners, it's our honor to receive this, and it means a lot, not only to Rocky Mountain Power and our team, but to me especially. So I really appreciate it, and thank you for honoring us this year. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
You folks do such a wonderful job all around the state. All around the state. It's never, ever been an issue because your whole employees, everyone are outdoorsmen, they're sportsmen, they're conservationists, they're absolutely great folks that have our state in mind right at the top of their agenda. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. And I'll let everybody know on our team.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Rocky Mountain Power, a division of Pacific Corps, in appreciation for your continued support and good stewardship practices with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and conserving Wyoming's natural resources. And they have this sign, kind of like we do with Landowner of the Year, that they can display at one of their facilities or on one of their properties where they think it'd be most appropriate.
Let's move on to item number 5. Melissa Rainer. Oh, there you are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Prepared. President Roberts, congratulations. Members of the commission and Director Nesbitt. I'm Melissa Rayner. I'm here today to review the proposed fiscal year 23 budget for the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. As you know, we kind of start this presentation every year thanking the myriad of people that are involved in the budget development that we start generally in November. This year, of course, is no exception. One thing I'd like to note for those that have been on the commission for a little bit of time is that probably about a year ago, we started a new implementation of a budget system, and it was approved by the commission as part of our fiscal feasibility study. And it took some intensive effort from a group of people to develop and implement this new system. We've been working on it since about last February, March, and we developed this year's budget system or budget in that system. It was a lot of effort by a core group of individuals. And once we got that implemented, it required all of those in the field, the manager level, division administration, to really learn that new system. They were involved in training, testing, and really preparing it for full use. So we're really excited to have this new system, and it has definitely not only streamlined the budget process and the development of it, but it also has allowed us to implement some really cool tracking techniques and processes where the field can now manage and monitor their budgets within the system, actually look at transactions, see what was actually paid against their budget, and evaluate, accuracy if anything was coded to the wrong area, and be able to really monitor those budgets. So we appreciate the commission's support and the funding for that system, and we're really excited to use that moving forward. So with that, I just want to take a moment to thank everyone in the field for their involvement. All right. Just going to move over that a little bit. I'm always told I don't talk loud enough, so if someone says that, just say, move it up. As we've kind of gone through the process, we start usually in November. We get direction from the director's office, collaboration with the commission as far as a direction for our budget development. We give that direction out to the field, and they spend a good couple of months developing their budget. A lot of collaboration, identifying programmatic needs, strategic plan priorities, and we really go through that long process of evaluating and really determining what we need to put in our budget request. Once that's submitted, it comes back to the budget team, and then we meet for a good full week in February and review the entire budget. So it definitely takes some time. We then bring it to the director's office. They do a further review with each division, and then we meet with the commissioner subgroup, which currently is Commissioner Doobie, Commissioner Brokaw, and Commissioner Lidwig. So we definitely spend several months getting to this presentation today. And I welcome any questions that anyone has from the materials you've been provided previously, as well as the ones that we'll review today. So with that, before we get it started, I think we're ready to go. So we'll start with any good budget development. Well, here's kind of an outline. We'll go over our standard budget, then the one-time budget, and then finally, I'll ask for that preliminary approval of both the standard and the one-time budgets. So to start with any budget cycle, we like to project the amount of revenue that we anticipate for the same fiscal year. The revenue projections this year are 102.5 million, and you can see the breakdown of those highlighted categories. The largest one obviously being license fees of about 65%. And then federal aid, which is our Pittman Robertson, Dingle Johnson, and statewide state wildlife grant funding of about 21%. All other grants that we get from other NGOs, other federal partners equate to another 6%. And then you can kind of see the smaller ones as we go down: the interest, the access fund, voting registration. Any questions on that? Okay. So then we will jump into the commission budget. So this is the standard budget. And you will see that it is just over $85 million, broken down by each of the divisions. This not only includes the standard M&O budget that is funded by the operating fund, but will also include any trust fund dollar projects that have been approved, as well as the state wildlife grant budgets projects that are also included. One thing to note here that sometimes brings to light this $6 million in grants. What that is, and the reason we include that in the commission budget, is it gives us the authority to spend dollars that we receive from all of those funding partners, and then we request reimbursement for that after the fact. So you'll see that on the revenue side, and then you also see that on the expense side, so that we can build that into the appropriation and request those dollars be spent before we get reimbursed. All right. So next, I'm going to jump into the slide that just is an overview of the main changes between the fiscal year 23 budget and the 22 budget. And here you can see the 23 budget of 85.3 million, and then the 21 budget, or excuse me, the 22 budget being 81.3 million, with roughly a $4 million increase to the budget. When we developed our budget, we were given direction to remain flat with the 22 budget, with the exception of inflationary categories, and then to also consider any programmatic needs where we were not meeting mission critical functions. And so those will also be reflected in the budget today. And you can see from here the significant changes between the two budgets: the increase in deferred maintenance and capital construction and equipment of 1.6, personnel, salary, and benefits. This is just the component of increase in program area needs for AWAC and temporary employees, as well as a pay increase that was approved for those positions to address recruitment issues in those temporary positions that we rely heavily on during field season. The next one being the feed ground hay budget. The cost of hay and the shortage of hay this last year has resulted in feed ground hay sheds not being fully stocked. And so anticipating that increase, but also wanting to replenish those supplies results in this request. Here, of course, additional flights, that's for all of the regional biologist groups that manage the wildlife using the data that comes from those flights. The inflationary categories, feed, utilities, property tax, and flights, that's the inflationary cost of dollars that were already in the previous standard budget. The next one is a new statewide facility maintenance crew. This just represents the startup costs to get that crew up and running. There was a reallocation of other positions. There will be a full-time position in that program. This represents the AWAC that will work, the temporary employee that will work under that program, as well as like small tools and kind of the needs to get that program off the ground. And then the UW Fellowship Program, that's a program that's being started to recruit and work with students from the UW that are interested in wildlife conservation. Last, I guess one more, Cody Regional Office, obviously that's under construction, will be moving in this year. And this is the anticipated increase for utilities and property tax that will occur once we reside in that building. And then just a small adjustment, the trust fund and the state wildlife grants are projects that are evaluated and proposed each year. So there's always the ebb and flow in what the total value of those projects are. And so this just shows a slight decrease from the prior year. So this is definitely the overview of the main changes between this year's budget and the last year. And we can pause here for any questions on those items.
If, what are we looking at as far as inflation? Is that really going to affect our budget this year with the inflation the way it is?
President Roberts, I know there's been a lot of conversation within some of the categories that we have here. Obviously, fuel is kind of a little more insane than we probably predicted here. We also are predicting that with the deferred maintenance, capital construction, our vehicles, a lot of the bids that we've been receiving back, we have noticed a very high increase in those items in comparison to what we budgeted. So we are anticipating, and spoke with this to this commissioner subgroup, that there's likely either going to be a reevaluation of the projects that were approved under this funding, or we'll be coming back and requesting additional dollars, potentially a combination of both.
President Roberts?
Yeah, to piggyback on that, I think it's important to know for the public to know that we are not immune to the same things everybody else in the public is dealing with: increased costs and fuel and supplies and pickups and everything else. And so we have to adjust our budget accordingly, but they've done a great job accounting for that. And just to let the public know that we are not immune to those things either. So they may be coming back to us periodically through the year, addressing some of those shortfalls.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
Melissa, when we had our initial meeting with the budget, the state wage increase hadn't been decided at that point in time. Does this personnel salary benefits include that, or is that something that's coming down the road?
President Roberts, Commissioner Ladwig, that is actually something that's coming down the road. Once this was developed before the legislation had ended, or the legislature had ended. So that will more than likely, or will definitely be a request for the final approval that we come back in July for. This is just the increase in temporary and contract employees that we hire throughout the field season.
And I think it's, again, very important for transparency for the public to understand that even though the state is funding their budget increases, we will be funding our own budget increases in employee wages. We get no state funding. So
Absolutely, that is
area.
a very good point.
thank you.
Absolutely. Anything further on this slide? All right, so from this point, we'll kind of go into each of the divisions, which will highlight a lot of the programmatic areas in each division. You'll see throughout that, obviously the categories that we mentioned here will be highlighted in some areas. And you'll also see a lot of ebbs and flows. We definitely reprioritize as positions become vacant, evaluate agency priorities. And so we're continually shifting dollars to handle those priorities as the agency grows and shifts. So you'll see a combination of these significant changes, and then you'll also see decreases and increases in budgets. It's really just that reprioritization and focus on different priorities. All right. So we'll start first with the director's office. Maybe my mouse is a little sensitive. Okay. So here the director's office budget is about 8.2 million. And I won't read every one of these categories, but we'll kind of pause at the end of each slide if there's any specific questions that we want to talk about. Here you can see notably the Game and Fish Commissioner vehicle fleet of 2.8 million. And then there's quite a few categories that encompass the information and education portion of the director's office. That includes hunter education, conservation education, as well as our personnel, HR, and then cooperative research and statewide habitat protection. Education and information, you'll kind of see those budgets kind of increase and decrease. And that is kind of what I was just talking about, that reprioritization of, online hunter ed program, definitely some adjustments in the focus there. Any direct questions on any of those categories? Next is the fiscal division, just under $8 million. That obviously is our general accounting section as well as licensing. And then it also includes the regional office manager budget across the state, as well as our legislative expenses. That includes our cost allocation, landowner coupons, damage claims, SALEX, and there's one that I'm missing. Oh, retiree insurance for employees. So those are the 5 categories that by statute are mandated that the Game and Fish pays. So that's encompassed in that 2.6 million. And this budget is down just ever so slightly, mostly from a shift in the maintenance agreements for the software that we purchased for not only the budget system, but the document management system that we're getting ready to implement. And I think you're going to get an update from Greg on that later, either today or tomorrow. So that is a shift in those maintenance agreements where IT will now manage those maintenance agreements now that they've been implemented and functioning into the agency. Any questions on that?
President Robert, I have a question for Melissa. Melissa, which line item did you say damage claims was tied to?
It is in the very last line item, legislative expenses, the 2.6.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Anything further? Next is our services division, which obviously provides quite a few support. We have habitat and access in this services division, as well as our lab, the regional office, facility maintenance, and of course, a large one being our IT group and our GIS group. Notably in here, we will see, this is where you'll see some of those increases for like the Cody utilities and property tax, and then the shift in the IT information technology budget. It encompasses all IT needs for the agency, and they handle all of computer replacement, software, a whole myriad of things. So that is kind of an overall service that's provided to all divisions. And I think those are the big notable ones. Any questions on the services division? Okay. Oh, I skipped one. Okay, fish division, 15.5 million. Within here, you can see there's quite a few programs. Probably the one that is on our radar a lot are the hatcheries. We have a lot of facility maintenance, and we hear a lot of projects going on in the hatchery area, as well as AIS, the Aquatic Invasive Species Program, which is a statewide management that we are underway for this upcoming sporting season or boat sporting season. So that budgets, those ones are fairly, you can see a 2.4% increase there. But again, just kind of reprioritization of agency priorities and then some of that deferred maintenance and CapCon that we talked about. All right. Any questions on fish division? All right, we'll move on to wildlife division. This one's a larger division, so it kind of takes up 2 slides. Their total budget request is 31.8 million. And there is a whole variety of things in here. Obviously, we have bird farms, law enforcement, investigators, definitely biologists, wardens. There is a new program. Let me get to the next screen. The law enforcement recruit, retain, and train program. This is a reallocation of our entry-level game wardens and 3 new positions reprioritized to handle and address the law enforcement component of the game and fish, from the on-ground hiring of new wardens, that recruitment, retaining, and training. And that's where you'll see in the wildlife supervisors that big decrease of the 526,000. That is the salaries component that has been reshifted to that new program. Any questions on this wildlife one? And I can go back to the previous slide if needed as well. Get to our last slide that just kind of summarized the final budget. Here are the 2 final components: the Wildlife Trust Fund, which that is a separate fund that is generated, the income in that fund is generated from the interest on our wildlife trust corpus. And each year projects are proposed across the agency for various habitat and education projects. And that is what's comprised of that roughly $2 million. And then state wildlife grants is a federal appropriation of dollars to address a lot of research on both fish and wildlife side. And that appropriation is awarded. We usually have a 3-year period to spend those dollars. So this is the first year of the most current appropriation, as well as any 2nd and 3rd years of prior appropriations. And then again, just recapping the reimbursable grants, that budget authority to spend that $6 million until we receive reimbursement from our funding partners. And that kind of totals the $85.3 million budget that we're reviewing and requesting for approval today. And I'll pause because I know it's a lot of information to take in. So if anyone has any questions from previous slides, we can certainly discuss those.
Mr. President, I have a question, maybe a comment. Melissa, isn't it true that when we were tasked with a 5% reduction in our budget a year ago, that a lot of these increases are just, we have the capacity to put that back in? And so a lot of those increases in individual line items is just getting us back to that capacity.
President Roberts, Commissioner Brokaw, I think that's a combination of both. I mean, I think when we did our budget cuts, there was an evaluation of areas that either we had budgeted and weren't necessarily needing all of the funding in those particular programs, and so they were unnecessarily needed. So it's a combination of both, replenishing like in the flights and some of those feed ground hay areas, definitely coming back to some of those needs, but also reevaluating those dollars and then applying them to agency priorities and other programs where there was a deficiency.
I was asked if we're proposing a flat budget, why is there an increase? And my comment was, it's still a flat budget because we've just recouped some of those cuts. We really haven't increased overall. Is that correct?
I would say that is fairly correct. Yes, we did have a flat budget. That was our direction. But what was very pointed to each of the divisions was evaluate some of those cuts that we had experienced and where that was really having a negative impact on the programs that we were trying to administer, and really bring those to the forefront of this is what we really need to have mission critical accomplishment of those programs. And so that's where obviously everything that was brought forward was not approved, but the $4 million kind of equates to the value of what was proposed and approved as it went through the budget team and then to the director's office.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll add, Melissa, I did direct the chiefs to look at places where I didn't want to have a reduction in our ability to do our core mission. And so I directed the chiefs to look at increases in those areas where we know we have inflationary increases. Flights is a great example. I mean, I don't want them to do less data collection because the cost of fuel for helicopters has gone up. So there are some inflationary adjustments in here as well that kind of contribute to this increase.
Yep. And the item that I appreciate is deferred maintenance. We've got to stay on top of that. So I appreciate that being ramped up.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. We have a lot of facilities. If we don't stay up on it, it can catch up rather quickly. So. Anything further on the standard budget? All right. President Roberts, we can either pause and we can ask for approval of the standard budget, or we can wait until we get through the one time and then request the approval of both, whatever, if you have a preference.
Let's go ahead and move to the,
Perfect.
we'll do them all both at the same time.
All right. So the next one will be the one-time funding, and this is identified as non-recurring in nature. And we want to keep it separate from the standard budget, just so that that transparency and as well as keeping the standard budget identified on the programs that are recurring in nature from year to year. So we can kind of see the first category being kind of previously approved projects by the commission. And what occurs here is it was funding that was committed for a series of years. The projects changed the intent. As you know, I think it's in January now that the Habitat Group in Wildlife comes with their projects for Mule Deer Initiative, and those are reviewed and approved by the commission. So the funding is kind of approved for those projects, but then the actual projects themselves have to be presented for that additional approval. So you can see the 4 items there that came from previous commission approval, and then the new requests are just broken down by each division. So I'll kind of just let you read through each of those. Obviously, each of the divisions are experts on these projects. So if there are any questions or further details that you would like to have, we can certainly get those folks involved. And wildlife is on the next slide, so I can move forward after I give you a minute to see if you have any questions on this one. And then here's the wildlife list as well.
Mr. President, the silence is not deafening. I would like the rest of the commissioners to know that we on the budget committee asked a ton of questions so if we're silent, it's because we've already asked the questions, some of us. So if you guys have any questions, make sure you speak up on that.
Mr. President, to that point, could we have, Melissa, somebody talk about the new Mule Deer 5-year study for the 2.3, how that's different than the previously committed Mule Deer Initiative of the 500,000 for 5 years? Because I asked a lot of questions about that in committee.
Certainly,
It's a new
President
study.
Roberts, Commissioner Brokaw, yes.
No.
Thinking Doug or Rick.
Mr. President, members of the commission, can you repeat specifically what you're looking for on the?
Well, previously, the
Study.
commission committed 500,000 for 5 years on the Mule Deer Initiative. And now we have a new request of Wyoming mule deer's 5-year study for 2.3. Just the
Yes.
difference that those are two separate
Commissioner
programs.
broke on members of the commission. So there's a difference between the MDI funds were specifically earmarked for those mule deer initiative herd units that were identified. There's 7 or 8 of them around the state. And we started looking at habitat components. Initially, that money was earmarked for specific habitat projects. And then later, we started looking at more specific movement data so that we could identify fence projects, habitat projects, key habitats that needed to be treated. And so this builds on some of that habitat money that the commission commits to each year. And this is kind of a bringing new technology into putting some money back into mule deer across the state with new technology, with radio collars, and picking out herd units that are representative for geographic areas around the state to collect baseline data and fine scale movement data that helps us to understand what those deer do and then survival, and then start looking at the director's office and us have been talking about some of the other competitive factors that are influencing our deer numbers around the state. So it's really a broad program that helps us to get into more detail on what some of these herd units across the state are performance.
Yes, I'll talk a little bit more too. Specifically, I've talked to several of you about this. I've asked the Wildlife Division, and I'm glad that Amber's here because she's a key part of this. I've asked them to look specifically at refining and doing a better job of creating, and Doug just mentioned this, kind of a baseline, and that costs a lot of money. It costs money to go and do intensive flights and intensive surveys, call them siteability surveys, in order to do more accurate estimates that can then be used for a long-term baseline. In addition to that, there's some additional research needs, some opportunities to partner with University of Wyoming. And the other thing I've asked them to do is to, we've had, and it's really started to come to the forefront with a lot of questions, concern, and desires for us to look at all of the other species that compete. We've heard a lot. We've got some good information recently from Kevin Monteith that indicate what many have hypothesized may certainly be happening with regards to competition between elk and mule deer. And then I think there's also a need to look at the research that we've obtained and what we know on the ground with regards to managing both sides of the predator-prey equation and looking at places where we may be able to help mule deer, specifically mule deer, by looking at specifically mountain lion and black bear management strategies. And so that's all a part of this new initiative that I've asked the Wildlife Division to take on.
I knew you guys would present it better than I could, and that's how it was explained to me in committee. I just wanted it publicly addressed. Out of the Laramie region, I've gotten some email about frustration about additional dollars for more mule deer work, but there's no more deer on the landscape. So my explanation was, you can always call Brian and ask him, but these things take time. And so that's the point I was trying to make, just get it discussed publicly.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I'd also think it's important to note that on the beaver holding facility that will be placed here at the new Cody office, that total is actually larger than that, and we've had a private individual help us with that as well. So I think I don't know if I believe that person was here earlier, but
Mr. President and members of the commission and Commissioner Doobie. So she was here right before she had an appointment she had to leave for, but she assured me that the facility is paid for. The budget, the line item that we have on the slide is for other support costs around the state. And so what we did when this first came up was we asked the rest of our regions what kind of materials they needed, traps, there's some trailer requests, there's other kind of infrastructure stuff that our individual regions wanted to acquire to help them be successful at moving beavers. And so that individual you're talking about was offering to pay for a portion of that. And so what we have on the list here is kind of the balance of
Right.
that.
I just think it's important to note that there are members of the public that are helping as well.
Aye.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the department's recommendation to approve the preliminary budget for the FY 2023.
Okay, there's been a motion for the approval of the standard budget for the 2023 budget. Do we hear a second?
Second.
second.
Uh, Seconded by Commissioner Jolovich. First motion was made by Commissioner Doobie. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I would ask for anybody in favor to signal aye.
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 Those opposed, and the no. Hearing none, then we'll move forward on the preliminary approval of the commission budget for the standard approval, for the standard commission budget. Also, now at the time, also I'd like to entertain motions, and this will be, we will be voting on the one-time budget for preliminary. Do I hear someone like to motion that?
I'd move approval.
Okay,
I'll
and
second.
it's Commissioner Brokoff has made the motion. Commissioner Byrd has seconded. Is there any discussion? And I do have one kind of discussion on the bird farm portion on the facility design. If I could be so nice to ask Mr. Jolovich, Commissioner Jolovich, could you kind of include yourself on that one a little bit for the commission?
What do you need to know about that?
That's why we want you there.
I've been in touch with Ben Milner out there quite a bit. And I've serviced some equipment out there, but as far as anything else they're doing, I don't know what they're doing.
If you could hang around for the commission, it'd be great. Thanks. All right. Any more discussion? Okay, then we'll go ahead and vote on it. Would everybody that's in favor signal aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Hearing none, then the motion is adopted. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go on to item number 6. This will be Heather O'Brien on the non-game mammal biologist for the translocation of the swift fox.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. So the next presentation is by Heather O'Brien, and Heather has been a wildlife biologist for us for 16 years. This last November, she transferred to the non-game program. And today she is here to request approval for the translocation of swift fox to the Fort Belknap Indian Reservation. And she'll give you a little overview of that program and kind of where things are at with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Can you guys hear me all right?
Sure.
President Roberts, congratulations.
Thank you.
Director Nesvik, members of the commission. We are also joined via Zoom by Gila Shaman. She is a research ecologist with Smithsonian Institute, and she is the principal investigator on this project. So she's available to fill in and answer questions along with me. I'm here to request what amounts to just a project timeline shift regarding a Chapter 33 permit to allow the capture and translocation of swift fox from Wyoming to Belknap in north central Montana. In April of 2020, the commission approved the first part of 2 permits for wildlife managers from Fort Belknap and collaborating researchers from the Smithsonian Institute to capture 50 swift fox. Plans were to capture those fox in Wyoming in 2020, followed by captures in neighboring states, including Colorado and Kansas, and then return to Wyoming to capture 50 more fox on a second permit to be permitted in 2024. Trapping effort in 2020, however, was reduced due to COVID constraints. What ended up occurring in that season was 27 swift fox were captured and translocated to Fort Belknap, and then an additional 18 were captured and translocated in 2021 for 45 total on that first permit for 50. In addition to those captured in Wyoming, 30 were also captured and translocated from Colorado in 2021. While these smaller capture efforts were unplanned, researchers found that these lower totals captured per season was actually beneficial to the successful care, transport, and release of foxes from Wyoming to Fort Belknap. Survival rates for the 75 total swift fox translocated thus far has been higher than published rates of annual survival for natural swift fox populations. And the reduced capture pressure per season has likely had a lower impact on some of our source populations as well. So with these lessons learned in mind, Fort Belknap managers are requesting their second Chapter 33 permit to be approved for the 2022 season, rather than the original timeline of 2024. The second permit request would be for 50 swift fox total again, with the plan to split captures between this upcoming season and 2024. In the interim, in 2023, the department plans to conduct statewide monitoring of the species, which will allow us to assess population status and detect any effects, if present, from the previous captures. As was established and agreed upon for the initial capture permit, the department will allow captures of individuals from the eastern half of the state where populations of swift fox have been stable to increasing. This is also the historic range in Wyoming for swift fox, and capture sites will be selected and all work coordinated through myself and local regional managers. With this in mind, I request the commission's approval of an earlier Chapter 33 permit to allow live capture and translocation of a total of 50 swift fox from Wyoming to Fort Belknap, Montana, beginning this season and then completing in 2024. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I stand for questions.
The commission have any questions?
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
you're going to split this between 2 different years, correct?
Commissioner Duby, President Roberts, Director Nesbitt, yes. That's
And in the interim, you're going to do a study, a statewide assessment of our population. So if someone would be that our population was down, we would not continue with the,
That's correct. So
Is that
then the
correct?
20, if we were to find a decline, a significant decline in our species in the state in 2023, then we would basically cancel that second portion.
where do you, oh, excuse me, where do you catch most of these little buggers?
Well, I think Commissioner Byrd probably has seen a few on her ranch.
Yeah.
They're quite common in the central part of the state. So their native habitat is shortgrass prairie, although we have been seeing since 2013 until present a gradual shift in their range, or like an expansion of their range into the rest of lower elevations, essentially in the whole state. And that's actually a part of a separate study that's going on that we're collaborating with University of Wyoming. So the focus of these captures would be in their native range or their native distribution in that shortgrass prairie type of habitat. They're captured with tomahawk traps and are baited essentially with cat food. And those capture efforts typically occur in late summer, early fall, after juveniles have dispersed and are independent. And there's a lot of increased movement at that time. So our capture success is typically higher in September into October. Any other
Robert, I have a
questions?
question.
Sure.
Does Wyoming, do we get anything in return? Do we swap, barter, trade? Do they pay for our trapping efforts? What do we get out of this deal?
Commissioner Brokaw, President and Director. So we and other states swap species and have over the course of our agency's history. I believe in the past from Montana, we have received bighorn sheep, elk, and there's probably some other species I'm not familiar with. The majority of the work effort comes from the researchers from Fort Belknap and Smithsonian Institute. There's also a graduate student from Clemson that's she'll be receiving or using this research for a master's degree. So the majority of the trapping effort comes from them. The preliminary site designations come from our folks on the ground. So folks from our non-game section, and then especially from our regional biologists that have kind of the more localized knowledge of where we have good potential to be successful trapping, comes from our agency folks. So it's a cooperative effort, and our state wildlife veterinarian is always present before we move any species across the landscape and especially across state lines. Those have to be certified by someone in our state. So she's present to assess the health of those animals. They are vaccinated. A couple other pieces of information that are useful to our agency are collected. And we also receive and share information with the folks doing this translocation. They do a number of studies on the ground, both here and at the reintroduction site, and all of that information is useful in our management of the species. Any other questions?
There's two people appearing by Zoom. If we don't have any more questions, we'll hear from Hilla Shaman. Would you like to say something?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
You got
My name is
Zoom online.
Dr. Hila Shamoun. I'm a research ecologist with the Smithsonian and one of the PIs working on the project. I've had the privilege.
Excuse
to
me,
work-
ma'am, could I have you introduce yourself and start from scratch? We just barely got you up and running.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've start again. My name is Dr. Hila Shamoun. I'm a research ecologist with Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute. I've been working for the past 4 years with the 9 Dakota tribes on this range reduction. That began with a feasibility assessment that was about 2 years long until we started with the translocation, just making sure that the habitat is suitable and that the Fort Belknap community is committed to this range reduction. And we were fortunate enough to be working with game fish in Wyoming, in Colorado and Kansas, who have stable populations of swift foxes and are able to contribute some foxes for this range reduction. I'm happy to report that after 2 years of this range reduction, things are going really well, beyond our expectations in terms of survival rates. We've also documented reproduction on the ground, and there are currently 2 graduate students working on this project, as well as collaborations with Wyoming and University of Wyoming with Joe Holbrook, who's working on your swift fox population in areas where they expanded. So we're contributing also data and trying to assess how swift foxes are strategizing in their recolonization efforts to other parts of the state in Wyoming and also in Montana. I really want to commend Game and Fish for all their help. It's been, a privilege to work with these people, biologists on the ground, with Heather, and also Sam Ellen, the state wildlife veterinarian. They've been tremendous help, and we're very grateful for everything. And thank you for contributing the first batch of foxes, and I hope that you would approve the second batch as well. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Also, we have from a senior representative from Defenders of Wildlife, Shamos Anderson. Are you available?
Hi. Good afternoon, President Robert, Director Nesvik, and members of the commission. I'm Shami Anderson, Senior Representative with Defenders of Wildlife. We would like to urge the commission to approve this permit to trap swift fox in Wyoming for this important recovery project for the Ani and Dakota tribes of Fort Belknap. Our organization with the Smithsonian are assisting the tribes in this 5-year recovery program, and we really appreciate Wyoming Game and Fish as a key partner. Your agency is well known for its successful management of non-game species in Wyoming. And with this permit, the agency has ability to continue to share its swift fox resource in Wyoming with Fort Belknap as a sovereign nation, and to greatly contribute to the overall recovery of the species on the plains outside of Wyoming borders. Several years ago, Fish and Wildlife Service determined that listing the swift fox under the ESA was not a priority. However, the species is yet to fully be restored to approximately 60% of its range. And so this project up at Fort Belknap is another step in that direction to recover this native plains species on previously occupied habitat. At Fort Belknap, restoring swift fox represents a great partnership. The tribes have also successfully restored wild bison and endangered black-footed ferrets to their lands, of which we're also a partner for. We are honored to support the swift fox program by helping the tribes, and we assist the Smithsonian in the trapping efforts in Wyoming And Defenders of Wildlife has also provided 35,000 in funding for the radio collars that are being used to monitor the animals once released at Fort Belknap. In summary, we ask the commission to please approve this additional permit to trap foxes in Wyoming and really greatly appreciate your assistance in recovering swift fox to tribal lands up at Fort Belknap. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Do we have any questions more from the commission?
Mr. President, I have one last question. I'm reading the summary report. I don't see it in there. I guess it's assumed, but I don't want to assume anything. So once the fox get trapped here and they get up to Fort Belknap, they're protected? Are they hunted, trapped?
So
I mean,
Commissioner
we're going to
Brokaw, so-
establish a population there.
Sure. So Commissioner Brokaw, President, Director, what happens when they're first transferred to Fort Belknap is they're put into what's called a soft release sort of a situation where they're actually enclosed and have time to acclimate before they're released. Like the two women that are participating on the research project that were on Zoom communicated to you, every individual fox before it's released is given a GPS unit and then tracked. And those individuals then provide information on where they disperse. It gives the researchers information on denning sites and on survival rates, which is where they're attaining their annual survival numbers from. They're protected on Fort Belknap, which is 670, I believe, 1,000 acres. But they are wild animals, so there is the possibility that they disperse beyond the boundaries of the reservation, but they are protected on Fort Belknap.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any more phases to this or just the second phase of?
Sorry, excuse me, President Roberts. This would be the second phase. So it's a 5-year-long project that started in 2020. The other years and some overlapping years, there'll be foxes captured and translocated from those other 2 states. So Colorado and Kansas also have robust populations of swift fox, and those states have also agreed to participate in equal numbers as Wyoming.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, the commission will be asked to, will be voting on the translocation of the swift fox to the Belknap Indian Reservation. Do I hear any motion to do so?
President, I would move to approve the Chapter 3 trapping permit for these swift fox and wish you the best of luck in the world.
It's moved by Commissioner Ladwig that we approve this. Do we have a second?
Second.
And it's seconded by Commissioner Ludville for the approval. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor, would you please designate an aye?
Aye.
All those that are opposed, a no. The motion is adopted and approved. Thank you.
Thank you,
And at
Commissioner.
this time, thank you for your time and thanks for the folks on Zoom. And we're going to take a small recess for 10 minutes and we'll be back in session in 10 minutes from now. All right. Thank you. Until you've been. Okay. The commission meeting is back in session. I note the presence of all commissioners. As we're going to have one little follow-up. If we get Amber Hall to come up and follow up on the mule deer real quick.
Morning, President Roberts, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. So it sounds like there was a request for some additional follow-up information on the mule deer, kind of the one-time budget request for the mule deer monitoring program. So got a handout here that kind of explains some of the details, and I'll just pass that around quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what you have in front of you is a really brief description of this one-time ask program. So as Director Nesvik alluded to, this is really a state-of-the-art move towards improving the data streams that we have coming in to monitor our mule deer population. So the focus of the program is summarized on the first page. Some of the deliverables that we'll get from it is more robust population information, a better sense of how many critters we have on the ground and what may be influencing the numbers of critters that we have on the ground. An assessment of future harvest opportunities, as well as an opportunity to evaluate how well some of our new management tools and approaches might be working. So if you flip to the subsequent pages, I can just step through those very briefly for you. So the program consists of 6 main areas, all of which are very central to management. And I've listed them here on the handout on this first and second page. I'm not going to talk about them in detail, but I will tell you kind of some highlights. One of these is an increase in our abundance surveys. Again, Director Nesvik spoke to this briefly. Abundance surveys are kind of our best tool for being able to figure out how many deer we have on the landscape. Obviously, if you've hunted or been out on the landscape, you know you don't always see every deer that's out there. So these tools give us the best ability to figure out how many deer are within a herd or within a population. So this proposal goes from 1 abundance survey per year, which is what we currently do, to being able to do 8 of these per year. So it's a pretty big investment in this really key data stream. Moving down to survival, that's another big, it's about 70% of the program costs. So the survival program is really focused on identifying 5 representative herds spread across the state that are coming from different geographies, different disease profiles, different predator compositions, and we'll study those intensively to be able to better understand a couple different things. So one of them is what's driving survival. We know from a lot of really good work that the department and our partners have already engaged in that survival can be influenced by a lot of different things, and those things change based on where you're at on the landscape. So what may be strongly influencing survival and population trends and habitat use in Western Wyoming may not be the same things that are influencing those patterns in Eastern Wyoming or in herds that have, you know, high CWD prevalence or those sorts of things. So this gives us a really nice opportunity to spread out our footprint and begin to understand what's going on statewide with these populations. Those are the 2 pieces I wanted to highlight on this page. If you flip over your handout, there's 2 other pieces that I wanted to touch on briefly. So the first is the top icon there, harvest management and public engagement. So this is an effort to really build up and evaluate the harvest information that we have coming in. So things like recreation days, hunter success, all the things that you might be filling out in the course of completing your harvest surveys. So that's a portion in here, as well as evaluating some of these, the overlap between deer and elk and how different harvest strategies on elk may benefit or not benefit deer. That's the first sort of paragraph there. And then the following one right below that is data management. So as you can imagine, through this program, we'll be having a lot of robust, new, very clean data coming in. And it's going to be our job to make sure that we can turn that around for managers, turn that around for members of the public and for you, so you can be able to see what we're doing with these data, what we're learning about these populations. So there's a fair bit of investment here, including 2 really cool partnership opportunities with the University of Wyoming. So one of these in particular is a data partnership. Essentially, it's a position that will be really key, hired through the University of Wyoming, run through the University of Wyoming, but with a strong nexus with the department. And this position will help us with a lot of this data management workflow type stuff. And in addition, the University of Wyoming has already recognized the importance of this position, and they've stepped up to provide some funding to support the effort and to help ease some of those costs. So pretty exciting partnership opportunity there, as well as being able to get our data in-house and turned around and available for use. Lots of partners are involved in this project. It's not just us. So University of Wyoming, the Wyoming Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit, the Wyoming State Vet Lab, and the Haub School are key partners on this project. So just wanted to give you an update on that. The startup cost, of course, is 2.4 million. That's what you approved. Reoccurring costs of about 824,000, total of 5.7 million. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Commission have any questions? Hearing none. Okay, thank you
Thank
for
you.
that
Thank you.
clarification. Move on to item number 7, and this will be Andrea Orabana.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. Yeah, our next presentation is by Andrea Orabano. Andrea is a 36-year veteran with the Game and Fish Department. She's a steadfast employee for a lot of us across the agency. She makes sure that we have the right data forms, that we're engaged in non-game surveys, non-game bird surveys. And she works on a lot of different projects ranging from loons, curlews, raptors, to owls. And today she will be presenting some pretty unique information about some of Wyoming's burrowing owls that I think you'll find pretty interesting. So that I'll turn it over.
Big boogers.
We've seen them out at the prairie dog towns where we go shoot prairie dogs. quite often.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. I appreciate this opportunity to talk with you today. So this is a project that I've been working on for the past couple of years with a colleague, Dr. Courtney Conway from the University of Idaho, the USGS, US Geological Service. And I'll give an overview today of the project. I'll show breeding, migration, and wintering area data that we have so far. And I will present some management implications. Let me see if I can get this to work. Great. Burrowing owls are one of the 12 species of owls that breed here in Wyoming. They're classified as an uncommon summer resident in the state. They average 10 inches tall. They weigh less than half a pound. They have a 21-inch wingspan, so they're pretty small. They eat a variety of foods, especially grasshoppers, beetles, and other insects, small birds and mammals, frogs, toads, and snakes, and even crawfish. Many years of survey data show that burrowing owls are declining across the US and Canada. However, identifying the causes for these declines can be challenging, especially for birds that migrate long distances every year. Although we know where breeding populations occur, we need more information across North America about their annual dispersal, spring and fall migration routes, stopover hotspots along those routes to rest and refuel, and specific wintering areas. So the big question is why? What are the reasons for these declines? One potential cause of burrowing owl declines is the elimination of prairie dogs across the owl's range. All year round, burrowing owls need prairie dogs and other mammal burrows for nesting sites, for shelter, and to escape from predators. So there's a close overlap between the ranges of the 5 species of prairie dogs on that left map and western burrowing owls on that right map. And we know that black-tailed prairie dog distribution has declined by 98% over the years. We're also noticing, though, that burrowing owls are declining in other areas outside of prairie dog ranges. So these reasons might be things like widespread grasshopper control. Like I said, this is a very important food item for the owl. Changes in prairie dog populations due to the disease plague, where fewer prairie dogs on the landscape mean fewer burrows, or problems along their migration routes or on their wintering areas. So to address the information gap, many partners in the US and Canada are working together on a full annual life cycle conservation project for the burrowing owl. Our goal is to track the owls from their breeding sites, along their migration routes to their wintering areas, and back to their breeding sites. That's a full annual life cycle. From 2013 to 2021, we put 5-gram solar-powered satellite transmitters on 125 burrowing owls at 40 locations in 12 US states and 3 Canadian provinces. Here you can see the participating provinces and states. Now, focusing just on Wyoming for a few minutes, the burrowing owl is listed as a species of greatest conservation need with a high conservation priority. The reasons for this listing in our state wildlife action plan are unknown population trends, habitat loss and degradation, and incompatible land uses, such as eliminating prairie dogs within the owl's range. So to help address the population question, Wyoming became a partner on this full annual life cycle project. So for the past 3 years, we received funding from private donors. So we deployed 49, whoops. There we go. 49 PTTs so far, 12 in 2019, 13 in 2020, and 24 last year. We've had numerous volunteers help out each year. You can see those numbers there. And we've had many partner organizations as well, and these include state and federal agencies, the University of Wyoming, private consultants, and the oil, gas, and coal industries. Now, to capture owls, we use 3 types of traps. We use a 2-way trap placed in the female's nest burrow, and that's the picture on the upper right. You can actually see that there's a female in that trap, and the male actually has a nearby burrow. He doesn't stay with the female, but brings food to the female and the young. And you can see there are some toads outside that he left for that female. We also use that 2-way trap in the male's nearby nest burrow. That's that bottom left photo. We put an MP3 player in that trap, and it plays the male's territorial call, cuckoo, cuckoo. So the male is looking to see who's invading his territory. And then that bottom right, we use a spring trap that's baited with a live mouse in a wire cage. So far across Wyoming, we've trapped at 6 locations in 2019, 7 locations in 2020, and 5 in 2021. And thanks to the help of our project partners and volunteers, we caught and captured and banded burrowing owls and deployed transmitters in all locations except for 1 last year. So in 2019, we captured a total of 27 burrowing owls in all 3 trap types. This included 13 adults, 6 males and 7 females, and 14 young that ranged in age from 13 to 24 days old. Now, burrowing owls have what's called asynchronous egg laying and hatching. That means they don't lay all their eggs at once. They do it over a series of days. That's why there's such a range in the ages of those young owls. In 2020, we mostly caught owls in the spring trap due to the warm, dry spring. The females and the young were out of their burrows earlier, and food was more scarce, so those mice were very, very attractive indeed. So we captured a total of 63, including 10 adults, 2 males and 8 females, and 53 young that ranged in age from 25 to 45 days old. And then in 2021, we trapped a bit earlier and caught owls in all 3 trap types for a total of 31. That included 26 adults, 14 males and 12 females, and 5 young from a single nest on the very last day of trapping that ranged in age from 13 to 21 days old.
How do you know that? Oops, I'm sorry. How do you age them?
There's someone who's done, one of my project partners has raised them in captivity, and he takes pictures of the young every day. And then we have a photo guide that shows like feather development, how their plumage changes. So it's based on a photo key. Each owl is banded with a uniquely numbered metal leg band. And then we also measure the length of the tail. We measure the wing from the bend in the wing to the tip of the longest feather, and the tarsus, or the leg, from the bend in the leg to the bend of the longest toe. We also record weight. We check the belly to see if the feathers have been removed and the skin engorged with blood. That's called a brood patch. That helps with incubation. And then we also look for the presence of fleas. In 2019, we put satellite transmitter backpacks on 12 adult owls, 6 males and 6 females at 11 different nest sites. And this includes 5 pairs where both the male and the female of the pair were transmitted. In 2020, we put transmitters on 13 owls, 2 males, 8 females, and 3 juveniles at 16 different nest sites. And this includes 1 pair where both the male and the female were transmitted. And we also transmitted young for the first time ever in this entire project. Again, nesting in 2020 was more advanced. And so the young were mature enough to carry the transmitter. Now, we didn't get full annual life cycle information, but we did discover that they started to migrate on October 5th. Whoops, sorry, behind there. There we go. Sorry about that. So before Wyoming got involved, this is what the migration looked like from the 12 states and the provinces that were included. And it's interesting to note that the solid lines, which is the fall migration, and the dotted lines, which are the spring migration, are not necessarily the same. So this, again, adds challenges along the way during a long distance migration. Now, if we add data from Wyoming, we can see the entire picture of Western burrowing owl migration across the transcontinental area through spring of 2020. And then also note, see if it'll go. Okay, it looks like it's not. Oh, there we go, finally. Okay, and notice those circled areas. I'll come back to those, but those are migration concentration areas that I'll refer to a little bit later. During both spring and fall migration, we found that over 90% of the owls that nested in Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, and Colorado took a multi-day stopover in an area around Lubbock, Texas. We call this the Lubbock Circle. The average time spent in the Lubbock Circle is 11.5 days, and it ranges from 2 days up to 23 days. So far, one-way burrowing owl migrations in the fall average about 1,000 miles, and they range from about 520 miles to 2,200 miles. I find this personally pretty amazing for a creature that size. So there are definitely risks associated with migration. This is a female that was tagged on Buckskin Mine property north of Gillette. She migrated down into southwestern Colorado, dipped into Oklahoma. It was in Nebraska, and then she ended up in Elkhart, Kansas, where she transmitted for several days. And then she was found 2 weeks later by a rancher who recovered her body on hay that he was collecting from the ranch. We figured she got a talon caught in the baling twine or the wire, and she died of starvation or exposure. So again, there are risks associated with long distance migration. Whoops, see. We had 4 known predations right here in Wyoming on the breeding grounds last year, a male and a female from the Pinedale area found by one of our partners with the BLM, and 2 males from the Casper area found by our very own Heather O'Brien. And one, she said, was found under a red-tailed hawk roost tree. So we know that they are prey items as well as predators themselves. The good thing is that we can redeploy those transmitters this year. Here we go. So these next few slides show some site fidelity to both breeding and wintering grounds. And you'll see that other owls have shown different behavior. So this was a female captured again on the Buckskin Mine property north of Gillette. In the fall of 2019, she migrated 2,200 miles one way to winter northeast of Acapulco. She returned to her exact same nest burrow the following year, and she had primary stopover hotspots in eastern Colorado, the northwestern Oklahoma and Texas border, and the Chihuahuan Desert grassland in north central Mexico. So this was a full migration journey of about 4,500 miles, which is the longest of any burrowing owl in this entire study. Whoops, sorry about that. Here we go. Her record-breaking journey was featured in the July 2020 issue of Wyoming Wildlife Magazine, and it was great. We recited her on her exact same nest burrow the following year, so she definitely showed nest site fidelity. And we also captured and tagged her mate. Here's some fall migration highlights from 2020. 4 burrowing owls started fall migration on October 5th. This includes 2 of the 3 juveniles that we transmitted. Again, the first ever juvenile burrowing owl movement data. And we didn't get full annual life cycle information, but this individual that you see here is from our Chain Lakes Wildlife Habitat Management Area in southwestern, or sort of south central Wyoming. And that juvenile did initiate migration, as we can see.
Hey, Andrea.
Yes.
Did you say that on the previous slide that they actually, the females will go to the exact same burrow?
The exact same burrow. We found her in the exact
So is
same
there
burrow.
did any of your data indicate what happens if they return, the burrow's not there? Do they just go find another one? And
We don't have data on that, Director. Thank you. Let's see. Am I here? So this was a male tagged in 2019 south of Pinedale. He migrated through Utah and Arizona and wintered near the west coast of Sonora, Mexico. The following spring, he took a different route through Arizona, Utah, and Colorado, and then returned to the exact same breeding area. He started his fall migration on October 17th, and he wintered in the same area in Mexico. So this is 1.5 years of full annual life cycle information and shows site fidelity to both the breeding site and the wintering site. And those errant lines that you see up top that go toward the east, you can ignore those that come across on some of these maps. That's just a function of the individual points from the Argos satellite system. This was a female captured south of Pinedale in 2020. She's quite a pioneer. She started migration in early October and flew to northwestern Colorado. And then she crossed over the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and was near Lubbock, Texas on October 12th. This is the first time in this entire study that a burrowing owl has crossed over the continental divide. She was the first transmitted owl to cross into Mexico on October 17th. And 14 days later, she was in Veracruz, Mexico, where she spent the winter. A burrowing owl migrating to the east coast of Mexico is also a first. She was also the first Wyoming owl to start the 2021 spring migration on March 17th and the first to reach the US. After traveling up the eastern coast of Mexico, she was east of Lubbock, Texas, 11 days later, and in the Lubbock Circle 20 days after that. And then after a 9-day stop over there, she flew north and was near the Colorado-Wyoming border on April 28th. On May 1st, she was zigzagging her way back to Boulder, Wyoming. And on May 5th, she was back at her exact same breeding area she used in 2020 after a 49-day migration. So we got 1 full year of annual life cycle information on this owl, and we see nest site fidelity here as well. This same female, she started her fall migration on October 13th, and she again crossed over the Rocky Mountains continental divide in Colorado. She arrived in Mexico 23 days later after following a similar route that she took in the spring, not in the fall, which was interesting. And after a 30-day fall migration, she was back on the east coast of Mexico near Veracruz, where she spent the winter last year. So again, we're seeing nest site fidelity on both the breeding grounds as well as the wintering grounds. Get this to move. Here we go. And now her mate is also a pioneer, but he traveled in a completely different direction. He started fall migration on November 5th, and he traveled southwest through Utah and Nevada. And a week later, he was in Central California. So he's the first, so far, the first burrowing owl to migrate in this direction and winter in California. This is another record setter. This is a female from Wyoming captured northwest of Rawlins. She started her southward migration on October 4th, and she was in South Central Colorado 15 days later. Then 17 days later, she crossed the Texas-Mexico border. And as of December 13th of last year, she moved into the southern state of Oaxaca, Mexico. This is after a 69-day migration, and this is actually the farthest south that a burrowing owl from Wyoming has ever traveled.
Mr. President. Do they travel in groups? I mean,
They
or
do
these
not.
these are solo flights.
They-
So
we're
this
finding they
this doesn't
travel.
represent others.
No, this is very individualistic. Mhm.
The male and the female take separate winners.
Apparently they do. Well, this is actually my next
Nothing wrong with
slide.
that.
Take heed. So we do have some preliminary conclusions for Wyoming's burrowing owls. One is both the time that the individual owls spend migrating and the distance they travel varies quite a bit. We know that we have important fall and spring stopover sites in select areas of Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. And we know that several states across Mexico and both coasts appear to be important wintering areas for Wyoming's burrowing owls. So for management purposes, results of this project will show where our conservation actions are most needed for burrowing owls during their full annual life cycle. We get data on breeding locations and nest success, timing of migratory movements and individual migration routes, important migration stopover sites to rest and refuel, key wintering locations that link to specific breeding sites, annual fidelity to both breeding and wintering sites, estimates of the distance and frequency of dispersal, and how all of these behaviors differ among individual burrowing owls throughout Wyoming and their entire range. And so this will help us to reach across state and national boundaries to ensure that we're good stewards for burrowing owls across the landscape and throughout their entire lifetimes. So this project in the US and Canada is made possible by many funding partners. For Wyoming, we want to in particular thank these funding partners for their generosity. And of course, we want to thank our many, many volunteers for going out in the field to help us locate nests, capture birds, help us take photos. And our anonymous donor has again pledged $30,000 for the 2022 field season. So we're going to be able to put one more round of transmitters out. So if folks are out and about on the landscape, look for burrowing owl presence, either single owls or owl pairs. Owls can be perched, they can be flying, they can be standing on a burrow, they can be hunting. And if you find burrows that have obvious whitewash, like you see encircled here, you'll also see regurgitated pellets made up of hair, bones, feathers, and insect parts that are non-digestible. And those are regurgitated outside the burrow. And sometimes you'll see a manure lining, not always, but sometimes they line their burrows with manure. The thought is that it attracts insects to the burrow, making it easier for the female and the young to eat. So I put my contact info up here, and I would like to extend an invitation to all of the commissioners to join us in the field in 2022 if you would like some experience capturing burrowing owls. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Mr. President, I do have a question. That Lubbock staging area stopover, what do you want to call it? Do you have an explanation for that?
Well, yes, Commissioner Jolovich, I did ask a colleague in Texas what the draw might be, and he said lots of culverts and lots of burrows. What I'd like to do is I think it would be fascinating to make a documentary of, like, choose one of these long distance migrants and follow, of course, on the ground, follow where they go, why they go there, why they stop there, and work with our partners on the ground. So that's something that we kind of are thinking about for maybe the future.
That'd be wonderful.
Yes.
Do we have any kind of agreement or anything with Mexico?
That's through my colleague, Dr. Courtney Conway. He has contacts in Mexico that if we lose transmission, he might have them go out on the ground, especially if they start transmitting again. Now, keep in mind, these are small solar panels. So, and these are animals that live a good deal of the time underground. They are active during the day, unlike other owls. They are active during the day. But in the winter with less sunlight, the solar transmitters might not get enough charge. And then in the spring, they can come on again as they get a full charge. So we sort of have people on the ground as needed to help us locate transmitters or the birds themselves.
Mr. President, so on the young of the year, do they all go their separate ways when they go to?
Well, we're finding that just with the little bit of information that we have, yeah, we're finding that they are leaving at different times, traveling in different directions. But again, we don't have that full cycle of information. They probably, a lot of them might end up as mortalities. That's one of the reasons that owls, that critters that have so many young do so, because they are also prey. So we probably lose quite a few to mortality, but we're not quite sure. We don't have a specific number on that.
Mr. President, are these birds pretty quiet when you're handling them? Or, I mean, all your pictures look like, oh, they're just posing, but.
Yes, Commissioner Bird, that's a great question. Well, they are very tiny and they are quite docile in hand. So we don't need to wear gloves. Once in a while, they will grab and it hurts, but it doesn't, it doesn't penetrate. So they're pretty docile. And you saw that some of the slides where we're measuring, we have them in a little sock, and that helps to keep them calm as well.
Yeah, but a lot of times holding them, it's not like their wings are flapping out or trying to get away. It doesn't appear.
Nope. And we have photos of us, we call it a burrowing owl bouquet, where we're holding like maybe 5 or 6 at once. Yeah.
So their wing length is 21 inches. How high are they?
About 10 inches tall.
Okay.
Yep. They're very, most of it is leg.
Very interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
attention.
Thank you.
This will be number 8.
Good morning, Commissioner President Roberts. Congratulations, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. I'm here to present the license selling agents for this commission meeting. During this commission meeting, I'm bringing to you 3 license selling agents. The first is a new license selling agent in Grable. It is the Agra Tire Plus LLC in Grable. We have one other license selling agent, Lynn Superfoods in Grable. This LSA was approved by the local game warden and regional wildlife supervisor for a need for this sporting goods LSA. The other 2 LSAs I'm bringing to you are ones that did not bond prior to December 1st. And so we need to bring them back. Their terminals have been turned off until you approve them to continue as a license selling agent. That is the Walmart 1485 in Gillette, Wyoming, and the Loaf and Jug in Worland, Wyoming. Both of those have been good agents and have good sales through the year. The Walmart in Gillette had just over $155,000 in sales last year and is one of 4 license selling agents in Gillette. The Loaf and Jug in Worland is one of 3 agents and had just over $4,000 in sales last year. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Are there any questions from the commission? With that, I don't know, I break it up into, well, I'll just do it as a full thing. Do we have any motions to approve the new agent Agri-Tire Plus LLC? And also renew the 2 agents Walmart at 1485 and in Gillette and the Loaf and Jug in Worland. Do I have any motions for that?
So moved.
It's moved by Commissioner Doobie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Gladwig. Do we have any
Beat you
discussion?
by a second.
You? Oh, no. Yeah. That, okay, all those in favor signify by aye.
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 All those opposed? No. Ayes have it. It's been approved.
Thank you.
Um, Okay, what time? So,
It's already better than me.
At this time, we're going to recess for lunch on schedule and so, all right, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. So thank you. Go ahead and go in.
Uh-oh, here we go.
No.
Okay. All right.
Oh, Mark deal. Got all the folks back.
The commission's back in session. I'd like to note the presence of prior Commissioner Pat Crank and Mark Anselmi. Thank you for coming and any more? Is there any
Don't get
more?
used to it.
And keep your comments to a minimum. Thank you.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, exactly. It's good. Okay, that next on the agenda is going to be number 9, Greg Phipps.
Mr. President, Director, members of the commission, I have a brief today. Can we get that loaded? There it is. Apologize. Slide flipper is not working.
This is gonna be real.
Yeah. Oh, you mean I got to turn it on?
Details.
Okay. Sorry about the delay. So what we wanted to do was be able to give the commission an update to our efforts of updating the fiscal system. And I've got a pretty quick outline here to demonstrate the links with the strategic plan, give you a little background and talk to you about where we've been and where we are, some future challenges and the work that still remains. So anyhow, our effort to update our fiscal systems really ties in to our strategic plan. And anyhow, goal 6 is kind of the main focus of where this lands. And those objectives of improved communications, fiscal stewardship, efficiency, accountability, budget support, workload, and performance, all are the desired, effects that we're after from utilizing the programs that are there. A supportive focus instead of the main focus with upgrading, our financial systems, really get around some of our people tasks, efficiencies, growing leaders through training and experiences as we learn new systems and figure out new efficiencies with those, improve our transparency in the organization for both internal and our constituents, and make sure that we're keeping our pace with an ever competitive market. So those are the links to the department strategic plan. So a little bit of background. If you remember, we conducted a feasibility study on our financial systems from September of 2018 through early 2019. And some of the findings that we had there was, one, our systems were written, our financial systems were written on an obsolete, basically, foundation, if you think of it that way. So they were at risk of failure, which was, pretty concerning. It's still concerning. A lot of our financial processes are very paper intensive. We push a lot of paper up and down the hallways. Our field has limited visibility to be able to track their execution rates with their budgets and projects. And we have, kind of a very specialized group that a lot of the knowledge with our financial systems and processes rest with just, a few people. And so there's a need for greater operational flexibility and gaining depth in our culture of financial processes and knowledge. Anyway, those are some highlights there. The other one I'd highlight is, there's a lot of duplicative efforts. When you think about, okay, there's a limited functionality or a limited view for our internal folks. Obviously, we have really smart people that are employed in the game of fish. And if they have limited view, they're just going to track it themselves. So they build something. So there's a lot of duplicative effort out there. And as we work to get more efficient, we hope to eliminate those things. So we had an implementation plan. And first we wanted to eliminate risk. And then we wanted to get after a budget module or a budget preparation system, a document management system, some sort of data analytics tool, so that, senior leaders and leaders in the game and fish could actually, by pointing and clicking, be able to tap into our data sets, which are really good, and be able to display information in different formats instead of, trying to prevent the, hey, Jennifer, can you run reports on this? Hey, Meredith, can you run reports on that? How soon do you think you could get me those numbers? But making an intuitive system to where, Commissioner Ladwig could be, in a cafe in Douglas or Lusk and pull up some information if he's thinking about something. Gary on the commission side. So these were some of the recommendations from the implementation plan. Some of the advantages that go along with getting after the implementation. And then current here, this is where we are. So we've implemented the budget module. You heard Melissa talk about that a little earlier, and it's in place, and we successfully built our FY23 budget on there. And we're learning more and more about it. It looks like it's going to be a pretty cool system. So, big thanks to all the folks that participated in that and helped bring that about through reality to a reality for us. Even though it was the first year of us building our actual budget on the system, it really saved a lot of time. And it looks like it's going to be a big time saver for us. So what we're working on now is our document management system. We're looking at taking a lot of our paper workflows and figuring out how to do those digitally to include a signature. So we're starting with some of our internal forms and processes that are going to carry over to other things. really, we're starting with some financial processes that affect the whole department. Once we get that going, then hopefully we can train, as we go through this process, train a subject matter expert in each division in the department. And then they can say, okay, now what workflows do we have that are not necessarily financially related that we can digitize and manage documents that way? So anyhow, it's got a lot of potential. We got a long way to go with it, but we're currently in that fielding. Then we get into the fiscal system rewrites, and you'll see there's 5 systems that are mentioned there. We've started on the vehicle management system. That one we got rolling on. It kind of stalled. We're picking it back up. So not sure when we're gonna push that one home, and then we'll just keep rolling through those to eliminate that risk factor. Some of those are going to be pretty minor, some are pretty major. And then on the someday side, we'd like to get to a better inventory system in the department. We've got a lot of equipment, we've got a lot of gear, we got a lot of vehicles, we got a lot of rolling stock. Anyhow, get to a better inventory system that can help everyone be, a little more transparent, and that could help gain some efficiencies as well. And then, as I mentioned earlier, get into some of the data analytics and reporting opportunities for us as an organization. Some challenges, the demands upon our department, IT folks and programmers. There's a lot of work on those previous slides, and there's only so many programmers to go around. And, they can plan their work as best as possible. And then we've got this thing called the legislative cycle that, something gets passed and now we have to do some reprogramming and reprioritize IT. So we're communicating through those challenges. Another challenge is to be able to sustain the initiative and momentum. The commission approved that feasibility study for 18 and 19. And, this is really a multi-year thing. So for us as the employee base, as we strive to get better, we can't lose sight of this effort. So sustaining that momentum in light of everything else that we do in our managed chaos. Overcoming stigmas, there is human beings are naturally resistant to change. And, the one phrase that we've all heard and perhaps said at some point is, well, we've always done it this way. Moving forward and modernizing our financial systems and initiatives that could lead to modernizing other systems in the department is we're going to break some paradigms as we go through this, and that's probably going to be good thing. Implementation and rollout flaws. You roll out any new piece of software, any new platform, and you take a look at it, you're going to get some bumps and bruises along the way. We've worked pretty hard to overcome those. Training plans and targeted guidance, making sure we're communicating, effectively with each other and providing updates to the commission in order to keep this initiative out there in front of everybody. Gaining confidence with the system and managing expectations as we go along. Just because we field a new system doesn't mean it's going to help us launch a space shuttle to get herd counts availability. We got to manage expectation. What is the system? What is it going to do? What can it deliver eventually? What can it deliver immediately? And then also timeline and budget. We want to keep as many sports persons dollars out on the ground for our folks that do the magnificent field work that they do. But every once in a while, we need to invest in ourselves and our systems as well. So staying on time and staying within budget is a big deal and a big challenge to us. So in conclusion, I'd just like to say that, we're poised to continue and keep the charge strong for obtaining positive, meaningful change and gaining efficiencies. And we've made some solid progress to date. had some of our smartest folks thinking through this and visualizing this as it goes. Big thanks to them, and certainly appreciate the commission's support and the challenge to move in this direction. With that, Mr. President, I'll stand for any questions.
Does commissioners have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank Greg.
Eric?
Good afternoon, President Roberts, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. I've got really good news. The good news is I'm not going to do this presentation. The other good news is who I'm about to introduce is the right person for the job. Excuse me. So this is a website update. Over the past few months, we've heard the commission, we've heard the public. We need to overhaul our website, and we're in the process of doing that. Our IT department is led by Jason Edwards, the Chief Technology Officer, and himself and Nish have put together a really good team working with the vendor and starting to move forward with a really good overhaul of the website. And Nish will, I'm sure, clue us into all of that and all the good stuff that they're doing. So with that, Nish.
Good afternoon. Oh, I'm a little short. Good afternoon, everybody. President Roberts, Director Nesvik, and the commissioners. I'm really pleased to be able to speak with you today about the website. And I'm fairly new to the Game and Fish, so I'm happy to say I've inherited a fantastic team with this project. And so our updates today should be very enlightening. So I kind of want to go back a little bit and give you a little bit of the history with the website and why we're doing this project. So here are our main motivations for moving away from our current website. And the most important one to focus on is that we're currently under Kentico and it's failing. It's outdated. We no longer have support for it. And at some point, it's not sustainable. So no matter what, we have to move to a new website. And so when you look at that, that is the most important reason to move. However, we also realize that we want to bring forward a new website that meets accessibility standards, that meets the look and the feel of the current Game and Fish department, and is much more customer friendly. We know there's issues with the current website. We have search issues, navigation issues, and there's also a lack of consistency from some pages. And so all of these we understand and have been taken into account for the new website. So in order to do this, the department decided to contract with a third-party vendor called Open. Open brings to us great expertise. They're a national company and they have already built multiple websites. They're very reputable, they're very responsive to our requests, and they have worked with us closely to kind of have this back and forth relationship for the things we want to change, the things we have questions on, and how we want to continue building this. So right now, this operation is going quite well, in my opinion. So kind of looking at our timeline, the contract with Open was finalized in October. We went through some discovery sessions in November with the department, trying to figure out, what is the most important thing we know we want to carry forward? What are things that we can maybe, kind of button down a little bit, or maybe things that we can even archive or delete. And so looking at all of those discussions was really important for us. Open's done an evaluation of our current site. They did that in November, December, and they started on the information architecture and navigation base. And so that's just kind of like the base layout of how the new website's going to look for us, where everything's going to be located, how we want things to have a feel, whether it's a drop down, whether it's a new page, those kinds of things. And right now we're on the wireframe portion of this. If you're not super techie like myself, I liken it to kind of, when you're building a house, we have the framing done. We may not know what, the tile is going to look like or the bathroom altogether aesthetically, but we do know where it's going to be at initially on a lot of places, especially on the homepage. And so That wireframe is being done, and we've seen the structure of the wireframes. We're actually going to see some of the aesthetics of it in the first week of April, and we're really looking forward to that. In terms of data migration, this is something we're really concerned about with the current website, because we have Kentico and now we have Open moving this. And so at some point when we migrate data, we're going to have 2 pages to update, maintain, and move from. And that's going to be something that's a little tricky. It's going to take a little extra work, and something that we don't want to do a whole lot of new build on because of this. And so we're taking that into consideration as well for both the department and the public. We are looking at different web hosting options. This is really important going forward. We have a fantastic IT department within the department, and then my team is going to serve for the content portion, the aesthetics, the look, the feel, and the brand signature of Game and Fish. But we also know that we need a solid web hosting option for any kind of maintenance and those kinds of things. We have a fantastic committee that I was speaking about, and we do meet bi-weekly, and we take our feedback back to the rest of the department for consideration. So we're looking for project completion mid to July to early fall. And this has been pushed a little bit, and that's not because for a lack of effort on anybody's part. Rather, we do know we have a critical need to move from Kentico to Open, but at the same time, we really, really want a high quality product that does represent Game and Fish. And so right now we're, as I said, in the process of wireframe approval. That'll happen in early April. My team's been working on branding and design presentations. And when we talk about branding, we're doing a whole branding style book that'll likely carry on to some greater extent. The goal of this is that when you think of what Game and Fish looks like, we have a very clear idea in terms of uniform and things like that. But what does Game and Fish look like in other ways in terms of colors, aesthetics, fonts, graphics, etc.? What is our brand style on our templates, on our presentations, and those kinds of things? So, and I'll give you a little sample of that tomorrow. But so currently we're also having discussions within the different divisions on how the page builds are going to look, data migration, and of course, our very important features such as Hunt Planner, applications, licensing, and then we'll be doing a lot of testing and review going forward. Here are our website committee members and who they represent and what kind of what they're in charge of overall. We have a really great group, very committed, very dedicated, and doing a lot of work for the department. And I'm open for questions.
I note that you guys have been very helpful. Every time I've called and asked questions, I know Eric and everybody is, I sure appreciate it. I think the concern is really out there in the public, especially in the, you know, the senior world, that we make this as easy as we can and as effortless as we can while still maintaining its security. But I want to thank you folks for all you've been working on it, and you've always answered all my questions on it, and I sure appreciate it.
Mr. President. So obviously the challenge, one of the challenges is with applications and applying online, doing those types of things, having 2 different websites. So how's that gonna, how does that work, the transition?
President and Commissioner Dubey, we are essentially going to have the 2. However, it won't be live to the public until we're ready for it to go live. So we will maintain the current site, but as we work towards that, we will have to have 2 at a time eventually.
All right, so, okay, I got you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to number 11.
President Roberts, members of the commission, and Director Nesbitt. It's my pleasure to introduce Brad Sorensen. He's our Habitat and Access Supervisor here in Cody, and he also covers the Sheridan region. Brad's going to give you guys an overview of all the work that his crew of 3 does within the Cody region. Brad's been the supervisor for about 8 years over here. He's been with us for over 10. So he's a Wyoming native. And with that, we'll have him get started.
All right. Yeah, members of the commission, Mr. President, Director Nesvik, my name is Brad Sorensen. As Ray said, I'm the Habitat and Access Supervisor for the Cody Sheridan regions. And this is just a quick kind of broad what the WHMAs are, PAAs, and so just some slides of some work that we've done. So you can see here, if you can see that the red lines kind of separate the different regions. We're obviously in the top there from Yellowstone all the way to South Dakota. This one's a little bit harder to see, but all the red dots on the screen are actually WHMAs throughout the state. And then this one is all the public access areas throughout the state. So Cody region at a glance, as Ray mentioned, there are 3 of us, myself as a supervisor, and then we have 2 biologists. We manage 5 WHMAs with, 53,352 acres and 49 public access areas. There's just pictures of myself, Craig, and Eric. Okay, Medicine Lodge, WHMA, it's 12,700 acres, Renner, 15.5. Sunlight, it's our smallest one, it's only 1,414 acres. Sunshine, WHMA, 4,434. And Yellowtail, definitely the largest at 19,214. So Medicine Lodge, was established in 1972 to provide winter range for elk. We manage that under a cooperative agreement with the BLM, and there's also some state leases in there as well. Of the 12,700 acres, only 1,863 are Game and Fish Commission lands. 1,600 acres are leased from the Office of State Lands Investments, and then the rest is BLM. Some of the main uses, obviously, on that WHMA are a lot of people just running around on their side-by-sides, motorcycles, things like that. Elk hunting, deer hunting, and game birds as well. So this is just a couple pictures of the WHMA. The top left, if you can see it, that's actually one of our roads there. We're fixing it up in the spring with a dozer. Upper right, that's one of our diversions on the WHMA for irrigation. Bottom left, that's Eric treating noxious weeds on the WHMA. And then the bottom right, that's just us working on some fences, which we do on a yearly basis. More pictures of the unit. The top left is a new fence we constructed, a boundary fence to keep the trespass livestock, hopefully, on the forest. And then just some other random photos of the WHMA. So some of the notable projects that have taken place on Medicine Lodge, we did a stream restoration project a couple of years ago. We're working with the BLM as far as prescribed fires go. 16, 18, 19, and 21, we were able to get in there and do that. It's kind of weather dependent, so that's why there's not every year we just can't do it. So we're in the process of still continuing all of our boundary fence modifications. We have a forest allotment against us, and we have quite a few trespass livestock that get onto the WHMA. So we also have a water line improvements that we're doing on a state chunk that's inside the WHMA, and that basically is to disperse cattle in the spring, and then in the fall we use that we put a whole bunch of cows in there to graze down the cheatgrass. And with this water line, we can kind of dry up tanks and move the cattle as the water is available. Upcoming projects, we still have prescribed fire planned, road improvements, and then the boundary fence modifications will continue. Renner. So Renner was established in 1979 for winter range for big game, for elk and mule deer. Again, this one is managed under a cooperative agreement with the BLM, state, and the Game and Fish. The Game and Fish Commission has 4,696 acres. State lease is 894, and the BLM again holding majority of the acres there. So the main public uses is hunting, of course, deer, game birds, elk, and then there is a 72-acre reservoir there that is stocked with bass that quite a few people do go there and fish as well. So the top left photo, that is kind of pre-treatment. The bottom left, we went ahead and in the canyon there, we used boar goats as a method to kind of control some of the cheatgrass. So that's just a before and after. Top right is us repairing the comfort station roof. And then the bottom right is us treating noxious weeds. Just a couple more pictures here. Top left, backpack spraying some of the probably Russian, I don't know what he's spraying, I guess, but he's treating something. The upper right photo, that's when we redid the reservoir. We drained it and we did some dredging there, and it was just pretty deep in mud. So bottom pictures are just a couple slides to show you what the country kind of looks like down there. Notable projects was the reservoir rehab. We're continually working on road upgrades to get folks in and out of there. We have a well exclosure up there that we recently rebuilt. And that well it's artesian, and that's what feeds Renner Reservoir. Upcoming projects is we're working with Ducks Unlimited to rehab the wetlands that are on the unit. Again, boundary fence modifications and some irrigation upgrades. We might be installing some center pivots out there. So Sunlight WHMA, winter range for elk. So the Game and Fish Commission owns this entire area. A lot of use up there, camping, hunting, fishing, and then access to the adjacent Forest Service lands. Just some pictures of what the area looks like. The top one is the meadows there. The bottom left is what used to be a road that the creek took out, and hence we did a pretty big project up there to fix that stream. Bottom right, just a bighorn sheep that's on the unit. This is the stream restoration that we were part of. Just giving you an idea of what it looked like while we were working on it. Again, bighorn sheep on the top left, top right, cow and calf moose. And then the bottom photos are just boundary fences that we have over the years been improving. This is our pivots we have out there. We recently installed 5 different pivots on the 200 acres out there. We were flood irrigating it, and we just wasn't working very well. So we went to this approach, and we're having a lot better luck. Notable projects, the Sunlight Stream restoration, as I mentioned, the entire boundary fence has been rebuilt to a pole top fence, and then the irrigation improvements, as I mentioned.
Mr. President, excuse me a second. Back on the pivots, what are we using that for? Are we just growing vegetation for wintering elk, or are we baling it? What are we doing with it?
Yeah, so we just basically grow it up, let it stand for the elk for the winter. Where was that? Oh, upcoming projects. Now that we have a good source of water, we're looking at different seed varieties to get out there. To hopefully they'll grow now. We had some issues before with not basically being able to get water across everything. So now that we have the pivots, we should be able to get some pretty good forage established for the elk. And then road upgrades, which is kind of a yearly thing. again, just some more photos of the WHMA. Sunshine WHMA, 1992, it was established for winter range for the elk. Again, the commission owns this entire WHMA. The public use on this is very light because we do not allow any vehicles in there. It's all horseback or foot, but it does get used for hunting as well. This is just a couple of pictures of the unit. The left there, that's one of our mini ponds we have out there, and there's some cow elk that are grazing. And then the photo on the right is some fence that we've been tearing out and rebuilding, making it wildlife friendly. Again, it's tough to see this, but this just gives you an idea of what the terrain looks like out there, and there is elk in both of those pictures. These are some test plots we're working on out there, trying to see what we can grow, what we can't grow. Just gives you an idea of, again, what the terrain looks like on that particular unit. Notable projects, the boundary fence modification. We have a high tensile electric fence around this entire WHMA. There's quite a few elk that do cross back and forth, so this fence works well. We have really been working hard on the noxious weeds on this WHMA, and it's almost 100% weed free. We're working on hopefully getting some better irrigation upgrades out there. We have about 900 acres that we could irrigate. Again, the meadow test plots as we saw, and then the fence modifications. Again, just photos of the boundary fence, some interior fence, and then kind of an aerial on the bottom right, overlooking the unit and upper Sunshine Reservoir. Yellowtail WHMA was established in the 1960s for waterfowl and migratory bird habitat. This one is managed under a cooperative agreement with the BLM, the National Park Service, the Bureau of Reclamation, as well as the Game and Fish. Again, there's 19,214 acres there. Game and Fish actually owns only 1,200 of those acres. The rest are federal ownership. Main public uses: pheasant hunting, deer hunting, turkey hunting, fishing, camping. Kind of people use that for all sorts of things. This is just some of our irrigation photos. This is us and a local sportsman group, the Wyoming Outdoorsman, putting out pipe that they donated to the department. Concrete checks that we work on a yearly basis. There's about a 15-mile long canal that feeds majority of the farm fields out here, and with that comes quite a bit of maintenance. Prescribed fire on our ponds. We do this yearly or every other year in cooperation with the BLM, and the purpose of this is to create more open water for the migratory waterfowl. Just some more photos of what that's the main head gate there that feeds the entire unit, and then on the right is us fixing it. Farming, we also farm out there. We also have contract farmers as well. Roughly 1,200 acres are farmed and irrigated on a yearly basis on Yellowtail. Just another photo of one of the farm fields. Us working on a boundary fence, and then on the right, again, irrigation upgrades. So notable projects is, we continually are making irrigation upgrades, pivots, gated pipe, things like that. We were able to acquire 82-ish acres, I believe, adjacent to the unit, which will help, and then road upgrades. Upcoming projects, we're working on wetland rehab, and then hopefully some wetland improvements with Ducks Unlimited. Pictures of the unit. That whitetail buck was harvested on the unit. That's at a check station outside of Level there. Okay, public access areas. The Bighorn River has 10 access sites. Carter Billy Miles is one giant chunk of public access. Clarks Fork River has 10 access sites. Hyattville Logging Road, excuse me, is an easement to allow the public to get to more public land. Same with the Jim Mountain Road. Newton Lakes are 2 reservoirs outside of town here. North Fork, Shoshone PAAs, we have 5 access sites up the North Fork. The Shoshone River from the dam toward, I guess, Lovell, there's 12 access sites on there. The South Fork, 4 access sites. Sunshine Reservoirs, there's 2 large reservoirs that have boat ramps. And the Wigwam Rearing Station, that's down outside of Ten Sleep, 4 access sites on there. So the Bighorn Rivers, again, there are 10 parking areas along the Bighorn River near Thermop. The only one of those we actually own is Wedding of the Waters, which I'm sure most people are familiar with. As you come out of the canyon, it's right there next to the highway. So these areas provide 10.3 miles of river access for fishing and hunting within the 100-foot high water mark. Carter Billy Miles, this area is outside of Ten Sleep. So we have 3 parking areas on the area. This area is only open from September 1st through the end of the year, but it provides sportsmen with 4,500 acres of private land and thousands of acres of BLM and Forest Service to hunt on. Clarks Fork, there are 10 parking areas along the Clarks Fork River. These areas provide over 12 miles of access to the Clarks Fork River for fishing and waterfowl hunting. There's only 1 primitive boat ramp up there, and there could be more in the future. We'll just have to see. Hyattville Logging Road, this is the easement I mentioned earlier. It's only a half a mile easement, but it allows the public to access thousands of acres of BLM and Forest Service land. Again, the Jim Mountain Road, similar to the Hyattville one, it is, it's a public easement that allows the public to get to thousands of acres of Forest Service land. Newton Lakes, it's just outside of town here. There are 2 lakes there. So the area is managed through a cooperative agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation. But again, this area provides 80 acres of trophy trout fishery for the general public. The North Fork, there are 5 parking areas along the North Fork of the Shoshone. These areas are managed through cooperative agreements with the BLM and Office of State Lands and Investments. So these areas provide access to 1.6 miles of the North Fork of the Shoshone, 2 boat ramps, and thousands of acres of U.S. Forest Service land. Shoshone River, this is from the dam, east. So there are 12 parking areas along the Shoshone River. The last being, outside of Powell. These areas are managed through cooperative agreements, again, with the BLM and the Bureau of Reclamation. Roughly 5.4 miles of access for fishing and waterfowl hunting. And we do have 4 concrete boat ramps on the river. South Fork, 4 parking areas along the South Fork. Again, managed through cooperative agreement with the BLM. So you get over 2 miles of South Fork River for fishing, hunting, and also access to thousands of acres of Forest Service land. Sunshine Reservoirs, these are outside of Meeteetse. They're very popular. They get used a lot by people ice fish there. They recreate, the camp. They do kind of everything down there. So each of these has a boat ramp, has a boat dock, and a comfort station. So you got roughly 2,250 surface acres of trophy trout fishing. These areas are managed cooperative agreements through the OSLI and the Grable Valley Irrigation District. Wigwam PAAs, this is on Ten Sleep Creek. Again, just gives you the public 2 miles of public access to Ten Sleep Creek for fishing. Idaho Pond, this is a small pond outside of Cody here. Has not yet been developed, but it provides, really good fishing for a very small pond. I mean, 3.2 acres, but there's some good fish in there. That is located on state land. Just some pictures of the public access areas. This is a large parking lot we built out here at Newton Lakes for overflow parking. This is a large parking area that was developed down at Wedding of the Waters. This is a primitive boat ramp on the Bighorn River. This is a trial run for us. Concrete boat ramps are getting expensive, so we're trying this. This is a honeycomb type material that you fill with gravel, and hopefully it holds up. We'll see. This is the handicap fishing pier out here at Newton Lakes. It was underwater for the last several years, but now it's out and unusable. Just a photo of some people that utilize one of our boat ramps to access the North Fork. This is one of our concrete ramps on the Shoshone River outside of town here. A new comfort station being installed out at Clark. This is boat ramps and boat docks at Sunshine Reservoirs. And up there, we're doing a little concrete work where I think we had some erosion issues. And with that, I guess I'll take any questions if there is any.
If I got, so when we sign in these cooperative agreements, like for instance, state land and investments, so what do they put into it?
I'm not 100% sure, but typically if we have an agreement like the North Fork, we have one. It's a chunk of state land that we have an agreement with them. And basically, I think it was done, years ago to secure that should the state decide they needed to sell some chunks of property. But as far as them kicking in anything, to my knowledge, they do not.
So what about like BLM?
Again, it depends on the area. We work very well with the local BLM to help us with prescribed fires and things like that, maybe fence materials. But other than that, it's mainly the Game and Fish that handles everything.
Right.
So, yeah, President Roberts. So with like OSLI, a lot of times if we lease something from them, we're also leasing it for the wildlife habitat value. They generally aren't giving us anything in exchange. We actually pay for those leases every year on a yearly rate. But those leases are also, like Brad mentioned, if for some reason they identify that as a disposal, they would have to get our approval to do anything. So, I mean, there's benefits there, but we do manage and do all the work. Same with the BLM. Some places we end up with the grazing leases so we can control the grazing on those areas as well to improve wildlife habitat. For example, the red ringed grizzly is almost all BLM, but we control all the grazing out there. So.
And President Roberts, as far as Office of State Lands, they've got a constitutional charge to generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries, which is basically the school system. And so they don't have a mission or a charge to provide public access. There ends up being a lot of public access around the state because people are able to use state lands, but that's not part of their mission. And so they are actually charged with trying to generate revenue for the school system. And so those leases are helping them meet their mission, but also providing sportsmen additional access opportunities and facilities a lot of times.
Thank you. Other questions?
Mr. President, I have a question for either Brad or Ray. On the Sunshine and the Sunlight, where we've invested in pivots, irrigation systems, transferring from a direct flow surface flood type system into a sprinkler system, does state engineer reduce our water right allocation?
So President Roberts, Commissioner Brokaw, on Sunlight, no, we did not get a reduction. So we pumped directly out of Sunlight Creek to run those pivots.
Okay.
So that's how those run. We do not have any pivots on Sunshine currently. We're in the process of trying to figure out how to upgrade that system.
Okay. And then my second question is on those crops underneath those pivots. Brad mentioned that that's for elk consumption. Is it in our strategic plan? I know in our strategic plan, we're trying to grow some of our own hay for our feed grounds. Are those areas targeted that we might be able to grow our own food stocks, feedstuffs for our feed grounds?
So President Roberts, Commissioner Brokaw, Sunlight would be a pretty long haul for us to make that even be worthwhile. And right now it's a lot of smooth brome. These guys are in the process of, we will eventually replant all that with some more native vegetation and forbs for the wildlife. Besides elk, as Brad showed, there's a ton of sheep that use that country as well. So when we look at those areas that we hay, like the Wick in your neighborhood, it's just the hauling cost is pretty high, and it's got to be weed-free certified to be used on most of our feed grounds. So
I was curious about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Move on to number 12. Rick. Doug. Everybody, it'll be a long. Everybody need a break. This can be a long.
yeah.
You're right. Everybody's. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break real quick before we get into the 2-hour one.
2 hours of listening to me, you better get some
No,
caffeine, right?
but we'll take a quick 10-minute break.
Oh, Lord. Something keep me awake.
Thank you for this. Stuff.
He's loading it.
Commission meeting back in session. I know the presence of all commissioners. We'll go ahead and move to number 12.
Good afternoon, President Roberts, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon about elk management in Wyoming. I know you've heard quite a little bit over the last several months, and we thought this would be a good opportunity for us to talk to you about essentially our elk management program and tools in the toolbox. And what we'd really like to do is we've set this up with plenty of time, obviously, on the agenda. And we did that intentionally so that we could have more of a conversation. There'd be plenty of time for you to ask questions and have some interaction. Jim McGagnon just informed me he came up for the entertainment value. I'm afraid he's going to be gravely disappointed, but we did want to have an informal conversation, have that ability to do that with you, and then of course leave plenty of time for public comment. And before I turn this over to Dan and Doug, I just wanted to talk through a couple of things. Like I said, we want to talk through the tools that the commission has available through your authority for the department to implement. But before we get there, I thought it'd be worthwhile to back way up. And so if we go all the way back to the late 1800s, we saw that the state recognized there were a lot of wise folks very conservation minded, that recognized that Wyoming's wildlife populations were not going to be sustained given the harvest that they were subjected to. And so we saw that a lot of wise people started to take note of that and started to put in place a framework that we enjoy today. A lot of that started in even 1899 with the creation of the first state game warden. And then we started to see the legislature start to implement laws and regulations to put in place to protect Wyoming's wildlife. You know, it's interesting, back in 1913, for example, the state legislature made it illegal to kill elk across the state except for in 3 counties, Lincoln, Park, and Fremont County. Subsequent efforts, again, led by a lot of folks that had a lot of foresight and wisdom, continue to make improvements to our current structure that we have today. So last fall, we were able to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the creation of the Game and Fish Commission, where the Game Commission, Fish Commission was combined. And the legislature did a lot of work to formalize that through the legislative process. And I find it pretty interesting that even back then, when we didn't have the elk numbers that we have now, the legislature still recognized the need to ensure the opportunity or the ability for the state to address private property concerns. And so, for example, in clear back as far as 1921, when we were in this preservation and highly restricted mode, the commission still had the authority to take game animals when they were causing damage to private property. Fast forward 1928, the good days of some simplistic seasons where we used to set big game seasons by county. Pretty interesting to read. In 1928, 18 of 23 of our counties were closed to the take of elk. In 1937, again, there was a lot of great work done. And I've always enjoyed this part of our regulations, and near as I can tell, this kind of language really started in about 1937. Again, the groundwork was laid before that, but in 1937, the legislature, in revamping some of the statutes pertaining to the Game and Fish Commission, they wrote that it is the purpose of the act and the policy of the state of Wyoming to provide an adequate and flexible system for control, propagation, management, protection, and regulation of all wildlife. That system, again, is what we enjoy today. We do have an adequate and flexible management system through commission authority. And we're going to talk about some of those abilities that the commission has, some of those tools that we have to manage the state's wildlife. But I also want to highlight again that the legislature and through all those revisions continue to recognize the importance of taking care of private property owners. So, you know, it turns out that elk have been pretty difficult to deal with on private property today. They were 100 years ago as well. They're just kind of that way. That's how elk are. They are a little bit of troublemakers in places. So I also wanted to be sure to emphasize that while a lot of really smart, wise folks that were conservation minded, that crafted the legislation that created the commission that we enjoy today, their work did a lot to ensure that we have the abundant wildlife that we have today. But I think it's also really, really critical to recognize the importance of private land in Wyoming's wildlife. The state of Wyoming, as you all know, is roughly 50% private property. And that 50% of the landscape that's privately held provides an awful lot of high quality wildlife habitat. And if it wasn't for that private property, the state wouldn't enjoy the abundant wildlife that we have today. So again, that adequate and flexible management system, combined with the recognition of the importance of private property and taking care of private property owners, is the system that we have in place today. Doug and Dan are going to talk through some of the details and And as we go along, we'll talk about a couple of things. There's at one point later in the presentation, we'll jump into some real specific tools like our Chapter 34 depredation seasons and talk through that a little bit. But with that, I'll turn it over to Doug.
Thanks, Rick. Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, as Rick indicated, so we'll be going through this presentation and just it's pretty informal. So if you have anything you want us to clarify as we're moving through, go ahead, just let us know. So what we want to do is talk a little bit about elk distribution, herd unit management that you guys, I'm sure you're familiar with, the statewide population levels, harvest and license structure, and our hunting season formats. And then Dan's going to get up here and then we'll talk a little bit more about damage management, our Access Yes program, and then we'll circle back and Rick will do a closeout with where we're at with the management and kind of open it up for some discussions. As Rick indicated, there's places in Wyoming where we have too many elk, and there's places where we struggle to maintain numbers. And I mentioned at the task force yesterday that one of our core objectives with a lot of our populations is to maintain sustainability. And so we look at the opportunity, the population, we're trying to find that balance. Elk are an incredible species. They're a premier Western big game animal. Our demand continues to go up for licenses. Jennifer has been tracking applicants as the application period closes, and I think today she was telling me we're probably a little over 8% over last year, and that's just the non-resident application portion of that. But clearly there's a huge demand for licenses. We've got some parts of the state where we're trying to regulate what we have for take of elk because we want to maintain that quality in those areas, particularly these public land areas. And like I said, elk are, that premier big game species. They're extremely resilient. They have a lot of plasticity, if you will. You can find them, at 10,000 feet to 12,000 feet in the ice and rocks, all the way down into the sand and sagebrush at the desert. And pretty amazing to see those large groups of elk, no matter where they're at. It's pretty inspiring to see that. But they also come with some huge costs when they congregate at that kind of a level. And if you can visualize an elk, you see that mouth, compare that to a deer's mouth, and the deer is really fine, really narrow, and they're a select browser. And so they're really finicky. They pick out specific forbs, the broadleaf plants. Elk, big broad mouth, and they're going to go out there and they're just going to eat, and they're extremely good at it, and they consume a lot of forage. On our feed grounds, we generally shoot for less, about 8 to 10 pounds, but if it's cold out, they'll eat a lot more than that. And so when landowners talk about competition on their lands, that's a very real thing. And you heard from Kevin Monteith, and the task force in particular heard from him yesterday about the concerns there with what elk consume on the range. And I'll show you a few pictures here as well. So we see them in places like this. This is, of course, south of Cody and on towards the South Fork, some of the higher elevation country. But we also see them in the last, since the 50s, really starting to grow in areas like this subdivision. And in these areas, they're not competing for, or they're not trying to avoid predators so much. And so what we're seeing is these areas that are refuges that don't have some of the natural things that eat elk, they do extremely well. We'll see 50 calves per 100 compared to that previous slide. Those elk are going to be running in the teens for calf ratios. And so we've got this really huge problem right off the bat with the productivity of a herd that's on these public land areas around Yellowstone Park and in Western Wyoming, where you got large carnivores, compared to ones that live in these subdivisions. Basically nothing's there. And when a large carnivore shows up, we do something to kind of minimize the risk that large carnivore is going to do with human wildlife conflicts. And so they're often moved. And so these animals do extremely well. They also typically don't have to migrate very far to winter range. They can live in some of these habitats year round. And so they're not vulnerable to predation and they're not vulnerable to harvest. And so we got to be very creative in some of these places. And the urban settings, a little bit like where we have, we talked at the January meeting where we've got refuges and Brian mentioned it yesterday at the task force meeting. These elk move to refuge areas, and refuge areas can be a private land that's adjacent to a traditional ag use land area. And those elk are extremely sensitive to hunting pressure. And so they just shift over to an area where they can find security. There's really only a couple things that I know that elk are very sensitive to. And the two primary ones, of course, is predation. And the second one is hunting seasons. And so in an area where you've got a subdivision that just developed, you might be able to design a hunting season for about 3 years before those animals figure that out. And then they just find a new refuge and they'll shift over to that place. And so keeps us on our toes. Our managers develop, and I'll show you some of the season structure, but pretty interesting trying to keep ahead of elk. So this is a photo just to give you an idea on their diet. This is a post-burn area south of Rock Springs that was no domestic grazing and a little bit of wild horse use, but mostly elk in this area. And again, that generalized behavior of selecting for forage is pretty broad, and they can have some pretty significant impacts on those habitats. And if you can imagine, a lot of these aspen communities that we see in Western Wyoming are fawning habitats for deer. And we know that south of Rock Springs, that deer herd in particular is having a lot of trouble, and the elk are doing really well. And so you have a generalist herbivore that takes advantage of a broad use of resources. And you got another animal that's very finite in what it does and what it selects for, and they just get out competed. So. And really, this is a good example of a piece of the pie, if you will. And there's really only so much that can go around. There's give and take. And when it comes to elk are going to make sure that they get their share of the pie pretty easily. So across the state, we have 35 herd units. They're just in different shades of colors here. And you know, I mentioned yesterday at the task force that we about 34% of those last year were over objective. And I think this year we're going to be a little bit higher than that, just based on the low harvest levels that we saw last year. It was we had some pretty marginal hunting conditions. And so hunter success dropped a little bit last year. So of those 35 herd units, they're further divided into hunt areas. And so we have 106 hunt areas across the state. And if you look at our regulations, our guys are continually manipulating season length, the quotas within those areas. We're starting to explore some antler point restrictions you saw last year in area 7. And so we're adjusting things. We also move opening dates around, and we have a high level of flexibility in those seasons. But what we're finding out is that, so if you're in this part of the state from Cody down to Jackson and even down towards Pinedale, those public land areas, we try again to maintain a sustainable elk population. We're very capable of pushing those elk populations down. But when you get into some of these other areas, area 7, I think the task force heard from Dax from the Wagon Hound yesterday about some of the numbers they're taking. And there's a level of saturation that we get to with hunters, and we just can't push any more people into some of those areas to take advantage of those elk, because the private landowners are just basically at their limit on what they can do. I think Dax yesterday talked about not being able to just turn people loose because it becomes ineffective and it's less efficient in actually getting into those elk. So you'll see when I get into this a little bit more of these seasons, we have a number of type licenses that we set, and then we add limitations to those, and that'll be a couple slides further down here. But within those, for those herd units, if you look at each one has an objective, and each year we come to you with a few herd units that we're going to adjust an objective on. So this year will come in September. But the objective is basically a population number, and that's based on public input that our folks have gone out to the field with, and then we come to you and give that presentation. Typically, the objectives are measurable, numeric, and quantifiable. When you get into the eastern part of the state, some of those are based on landowner satisfaction and hunter satisfaction, just because it's hard to quantify the number of elk because we can't get in there to survey them that easily. But if you look at a graph over time, so you got your elk abundance on the left, and over time, your population typically cycles a little bit, and you have a biological carrying capacity up at the top. And that biological carrying capacity, even though it's a flat line on this graph, it typically moves and it fluctuates with the environmental conditions. So if you have a wildfire, it's going to drop that total area, what the population can be sustained at. If there's a large change in vegetation, so invasive grasses influence that as well. Forage conditions, so Ian Tater and our habitat folks often talk about quality of habitat. And so if we have forage that goes without fire for an extended period of time, or we get conifers moving into aspen communities, that biological carrying capacity ends up going down. And so that number, even though that line's straight, it kind of fluctuates from year to year, just depends on winter severity and all those things. The really big thing that really influences what we do is the social carrying capacity. And that has to do with the quality of the hunt, or what does the Wyoming sportsman support? What do the landowners support? And so we continually, as we're developing an objective, we're talking to landowners, we're talking to sportsmen, and we're trying to find that balance in there where we can have something that's socially acceptable to all those folks, the constituents that have a stake in our management of elk. It's a real balance. Looking at our statewide numbers, 100,000 is right here. So we're just over 110,000 elk. We'll have some updated figures as our managers we're right in the mix of hunting season development right now, but we're estimating that we're over that 110,000 mark. And again, biological carrying capacity is probably right in here somewhere, but social carrying capacity is probably it's a little bit lower than that. We know that we've got some problems in the eastern part of the state. And again, when you put all this together as a statewide estimate, it kind of masks where you don't have as many elk. And keep thinking about that, those calf ratios are, south of Cody and into Jackson and north of Jackson in the Yellowstone, they're running 15 calves per 100 cows. You get over into the eastern part of the state, and you can look at some of our season justifications that you'll see online here when we do our season proposals. They'll be 40, some places 50. And when you have that many calves, there's no place for that elk population to go but up. And again, we're trying to manage on that sustainable level. And so that's why you'll see those type licenses and complex hunting seasons that we'll present to you in another month. Looking at the harvest, I mentioned last year, we actually had a few more licenses last year, but overall harvest dipped down. I think we just didn't have the ideal conditions that we needed for additional harvest on those elk. And you can see the yellow line here is the cow harvest. And we exceeded bull harvest or antlered elk harvest a number of years ago, but there are periods here where that drops off. And if conditions aren't conducive to getting cow harvest, hunters aren't as successful. And so we keep a fairly high license structure available, but when you get to that eastern part of the state, a lot of the landowners that I talk to, they're reaching a saturation with the numbers of hunters. And so we're trying to figure out ways that we can, and Rick and Dan will talk just a little bit more about some of the things that we're looking at. So just to give you a perspective on statewide changes, and I guess that little icon in the lower corner kind of covers up one of those, but this is over time. So we got 1990 through 2020. It gives you an idea what our elk population has done, what the elk harvest has done over that time, the numbers of hunters, and the recreation days is just a factor, a measurement of that effort that those people have expended in the field. And all of those things have trended up. You know, like I said, we're at 110,000 for elk. 2020, we harvested almost 26,500. Our numbers of hunters was pretty similar to the year before, but had trended up from that earlier, you know, from 2 decades or 3 decades ago. And then the amount of recreation that is afforded is really gone up. And hunter success is also going up. And so I get calls from my counterparts in Idaho, and they kind of a little bit complain that we have like such a high success rate compared to what they do in their states for statewide efforts. And 46% success on statewide that's pretty darn good. And our publics know that. And like I said, some parts of the state, the elk are really coveted. They love it. And when we start talking about trying to adapt hunting seasons to provide a little more opportunity, some stakeholders really want to weigh in, and they don't want to lose that quality in where we're at right now. So that comes into that social carrying capacity that I talked about earlier. We got to really find a balance there. Give you a perspective on the hunting season structure and just how complex some of this stuff is. So statewide, or 2/3 of the map statewide is here. First page of the elk regulations, pretty hard to read, but when you open it up, you'll see that there's different types. There's type 1s, types 4s, there's general. We've got type 6s and 7s. And what we're doing is trying to break down opportunity into different time scale to manage those hunters on the landscape. The type 6s and 7s are your reduced price licenses. And we use those to really afford some time for hunters to take the reproducing animals out of that population. So that 6 and 7 is an antlerless or a cow calf license. You know, your type 1s are the any elk. And then last year we added a type 2 into area 7, which some of the private landowners in the northern part of that hunt area wanted to have some opportunity for people to take bulls that weren't really up to par for a trophy quality. So we offered that last year as a way just to see if it would benefit us. And from what we saw in the harvest survey, it really seemed like it was very popular. And we did get some additional harvest on those elk in that northern portion of area 7. It's a real interesting thing for us. We continually work at trying to adapt our hunting seasons. And again, this year we'll bring a proposal back to you in May. The quota here is tied to the limited quota seasons. And so general seasons, anybody can buy a license and come and hunt. That's a resident. The non-residents are limited, and that's a whole, we'd have to spend another 2 hours on that agenda item if we wanted to talk about limited non-resident licenses. But we'll adapt some of these limited quota licenses in April. You'll see some changes. But again, in eastern Wyoming, we're at a point where we can't possibly shove any more hunters into some of these places because the landowners and the HMAs that we have signed up, they're kind of at their saturation point. So we're again trying to figure out ways to balance that. And then I am going to turn it over to Dan, and we'll go from there.
President Roberts, Commission. We're just going to keep switching it up so we keep you interested here. So I'm actually going to go one slide forward and then I'll come back to this one. So one of the tools that we have, or maybe it's one of the services that we offer, is that Wyoming has a damage statute and regulation where the legislature, as Rick mentioned earlier, even the legislature recognizes the importance of landowners in the state and the importance that landowners provide habitat to wildlife. And so Wyoming statute 23-1901 basically directs the department to consider damage claims. And I'm not going to go very deep into the damage claim stuff. Scott Edberg has explained that to you, and he is definitely the expert over what I could tell you, but hopefully I can answer any questions you might have. But the statute kind of just sets up how a person would go about it and some timelines to it, when you have to apply and when you have to notify the department. But then the regulation is really where we get more into the weeds on where we play a multiplier for trophy game damage. The commission saw fit that we should have some kind of access component to damage. I get a lot of questions from people. How come you pay damage when they don't allow any access? But we actually don't. If you're not allowing access and enough access to harvest the recruitment of that year, then we could deny that claim. And so we do try to hold landowners accountable if they're going to claim damage, to allow some access to try to help us manage those elk. So looking at some of the things that we're responsible for specific to elk, growing cultivated crops. So, you know, in the last few years, as elk move into different areas, we've had elk in cornfields, and we're starting to see that more in Laramie. We've seen it in the Cody region. And so you put a bull in a cornfield, and when they decide to start rubbing velvet off their antlers, they can do a lot of damage to corn. Improvements, fences is the biggest one that comes to mind with elk. You have 1,000 elk move through a fence when they're in a hurry, and they just tear the fence down with them. And it's not just that they break it where they're at. They pull it, they stretch it, they tear down about a half mile as they go through. And so, you know, that's something that they could claim damage for. Seed crops, stored crops, alfalfa fields are a great attractant. And then in the winter, when it gets cold and you've got those haystacks, of course, that's better eating than what's out on the landscape. And then finally, extraordinary damage to grass. So the first thing we try to do is try to mitigate some of that damage. And as Doug has already mentioned, some of that's done through season structure. So you've seen early seasons where we start harvesting cow, elk in August, as early as August, to try to get them out of crop fields early. We run late seasons. We run extensions clear into January. We used to go clear into February trying to hunt elk. And so there's areas of the state right now where we have 6-month-long elk seasons just to try to address damage both to crops and to mitigate risk of brucellosis. We tried to move around with split seasons where you try to have a season open and then you close it for a while to get the elk to relax a little bit and then open it back up and kind of have the surprise hunt on them. And then we've also tried the multiple seasons. I call it the savory method. You know, you put a lot of hunters in a short duration, and then you move them out and you put another set of hunters in. So we've had good luck doing that. Heart Mountain out of Cody. We used to have 4 different seasons, each of them about a month long. And it would just, that way we found that if we gave somebody 4 months to kill an elk, they would all wait till the end to kill an elk and then ask how come you didn't extend the season longer. If you do it in a different method, you could have a set of hunters in September, and if they weren't successful, they go home. A new set of hunters in October. If they're not successful, you go home, and so you can kind of do it that way. And we've tried all these different kinds of strategies to see what's going to be the best effort in that location. Because like Doug said, putting it just wide open to everybody, pretty much you hit a saturation point, and then nobody kills anything. We tried varying the kind of license that is there. So moving from a limited quota season to a general season, or putting type 6 licenses out there so that you can have 2 licenses or 3 licenses in your pocket so that you can try to have 1 hunter kill 3 elk instead of 3 hunters kill 3 elk. We've tried things like having enough leftover licenses in an area to make sure that if anybody later on killed an elk and wanted to go buy another license, that there would still be a license available. And there's a fine balance when you do that. If you put 600 type 6 licenses out there and you know there's not going to be that much access or that many elk, and you have 600 people buy them, and then they're like, well, where do we go? Then that's a problem. But if you have an area where it's maybe limited access and you can get people to go buy licenses, or if they have permission to go buy a second license or a 3rd license and can go back, sometimes it's been a strategy to try to have a goal of having not unlimited licenses, but enough there that if somebody wants to go hunting, they can go hunting. We've tried hazing techniques. We call it the scary man, but if you've been to a used car lot and you see the thing that runs on a fan and the man waving in the air, you put those out in a field and that distracts an elk for an hour or 2 and keeps them out of the hay field. We do pyrotechnics, and then just there's the old school fashion of you just stay out there all night and chase elk out of the field. And that's why we hire young technicians. And so they can spend the night out there and chase the elk out. I've spent some time out myself where you just kind of stand guard and you're waiting for the elk to come in and you try to turn them around and chase them back out before they get into the fields to try to prevent damage. And so all these different techniques of trying to keep elk out of places they're not supposed to be. The hunter management or the hunter landowner assistance program is where we partner with landowners. Maybe they don't want to sign up in one of our programs, but they're willing to have some access. And so we put their name on a web page and hunters call them directly. And I'll cover that a little more later, but that allows a partnership between the landowner and the hunter and get some access that way. They can kind of pick and choose who they want. We work with landowners to maybe do crop rotations or livestock rotations to try to minimize damage. And we also have depredation seasons, which haven't been used much in the recent past, but Rick will cover that more with these chapter 34 stuff. And then there's all other kinds of techniques that's in our handbook, fencing techniques or trapping and moving, or just trying to do different things, even coming as far as chapter 56 permits, which again, Rick will talk about more later, but anything we can do to try to help landowners prevent damage before we have to get to the part of claiming damage. I can get forward and backward correct here. So over the last 11 years, the yellow line talks about the number of claims filed, and this is specific to elk damage in Wyoming. You can see that in the last 5 years or so, the number of claims has been about the same, but the actual amount that they're claiming and the amount that we're paying out has been increasing over the last 6 years. Part of that's due to increase in elk numbers. Part of that's due to increase in cost of what the crop is worth. And so we are seeing a trend of going up. One thing I didn't cover on damage here that I do want to say is I got a call recently from another state that's looking at their damage program. And he'd kind of figured out the logistics of our damage based on our regulation. But his question to me was, what's the cap? Is there a cap? Do you only pay a landowner up to X amount of dollars, or in the state, is there a cap? And right now we don't have a cap. And he was pretty astonished by that. Where's the money come from? And I think Wyoming hasn't put a cap there because we want to treat our landowners right. But other states are looking at that going, so if a guy claimed $1 million, would you pay him? And it's like, well, if he had that damage and we could verify that under our current regulation, yeah, we would pay him and we would come up with the money for it. And it does come from sportsman dollars. So one of the other services we offer or a tool that the commission has is our Access Yes program. I don't know a whole lot about that program. So I'll do the best I can to get through it. But that program started in 1999 and as just a pilot program. One of the HMAs here in the Cody region is actually the very first one. The Absaroka Front HMA was started in 1999 and is still part of the HMA program. We have in 99, there was only 3 access coordinators, and now we've expanded to 5. And those guys do a great job of meeting with landowners and trying to meet them where they're at as far as how can access help you manage your ranch and manage wildlife on your ranch. All the coordinators in the state are law enforcement certified, so they provide an additional game warden presence in the field. The main program has 3 components: the walk-in hunting areas, walk-in fishing areas, and hunter management areas. The fishing area part doesn't really have much applicability to elk management, but threw it up there anyway. And in 2021, overall in the state, in walk-in hunting, there was 462 landowners enrolled with just over 700,000 acres. As you can see, walk-in fishing had 67 landowners enrolled, and the hunter management areas had 138 landowners enrolled with over 1 million acres in 60 different HMAs. So looking specifically at the walk-in area hunting part of it, all but 4, as you see there, all but 4 counties are listed there as having access for elk hunting. Elk is hidden behind the screen there, but these are the ones that are just open for elk hunting across the state. So at face value, that seems really great, but I will be transparent that we do sign up areas on the opportunity that elk may show up there. So for example, on the Grable River in Bighorn County, that's not what you would typically think of as elk habitat. It's along the river, it's farm ground, it's far from any forest. But when the elk population on the lower Grable was increasing, all of a sudden these walking areas that we had signed up for deer and pheasant hunting, you'd all of a sudden find a bull elk standing out there. And there was 1, not a season in place, and 2, even if there was, we didn't have the walking area enrolled for elk hunting. So we went back to a lot of those landowners along the Grable River where we were seeing the elk expand down to and said, hey, can we add elk to it so that if elk show up on your property, do you care if a hunter shoots one? And they're like, absolutely. So some of those are signed up for that reason. Some of these are destination places that you'd want to go. If you drew an elk tag, you'd say, yeah, that's where I'm going to go hunt an elk. But across the state, that's a tool that we've put on landowners that they, you know, if they're going to have elk show up and they don't want them there, then give us a way to not, before the elk disappears, give us a way to harvest them. The hunter management areas, as I talked about, there's 41 different hunter management areas that allow elk hunting. And these really are places that you want to go hunting an elk. That encompasses almost 1.4 million acres in 2021. Some of them are great places. For example, the Absaroka Front that I told you about, that's a great place to go hunt an elk. There's some great bulls killed out of there. They allow a lot of cow harvest in there as well. And so it's just been a great opportunity there. I should have said on the walking areas, you know, when we sign those up, there's no permission required for that. So if a hunter has a license and that walking area is open for hunting that, they can just go. So that's great when you see that bull out there when he's not supposed to be, or that cow out there. If a hunter has a license and it's open for that, they can just go in and harvest it. Hunter management areas are a little more involved. It requires the hunter to get a permission slip ahead of time. And it also gives the landowner a little more control. If the landowner wants, it can be open to anybody who has a license, but if they don't want quite that many people, they can limit the number of people that get permission slips. And so we can kind of control it that way. We are looking now more into partnering with outfitters as well. So the outfitter holds the HMA for a period of time and then allows some antler elk hunting later in the season. And so our access coordinators are really working with landowners again to try to see where they can still meet their desire to have either an outfitted or a family hunt on bulls, and then still allow some cow harvest where we can get after on the management side. Sorry, I keep looking at my notes. I won't miss anything for you. The Absaroka Front, the other thing that the program does for them is prior to the program, they were having in excess of 300 people come and knock on their door for permission each year. It's a big ranch, and they had a lot of people coming to the door, and they were very gracious. They talked to all of them. They gave all of them permission. But if you take 5 minutes with the hunter times 300 times, that's a lot of time that they spent talking to hunters when they weren't getting their ranching stuff done. And so they were really happy to get involved in our program where we would take over basically the management of the hunters. They were still allowing the hunters to go, which is what they wanted. But it wasn't taking quite so much of their time to get through that. Carter Mountain HMA, and I apologize that I use all Cody examples, but that's where I have a little more experience. But the Carter Mountain HMA, when the original manager was there, he hated having elk on the ranch, but he hated having hunters as well. And so when the HMA program came along, he's like, that's great. You guys handle it. Bring all the hunters you want, get the elk out of here. And so it turned into a great partnership. And that's another one that we've maintained to date. We've done some changes through there, but it's been a real partnership with the landowner to try to meet their needs and our needs at the same time. Now, one of the things I did want to point out is that we have had a couple examples where landowners have partnered with us, and the whole reason they wanted to get involved with it is because they realized we've got too many elk on our place. We need to do something different. And so Copper Mountain HMA out of Thermopolis, we sat down with those landowners and said, what's something we could do to try to minimize the number of elk here? They could see growing elk population. It was damaging their rangeland. It was competing with their cows. And they're like, what can we do? And so they obviously allowed a lot of paying hunters in on their property originally. And so we still worked with them to do that. So they had the first month of the hunt to do whatever they wanted with their hunters. The second half of the month, we allowed a limited number of hunters to go in there. And we did provide a type 6 license in that case too. And even though we limited the number of hunters, those hunters could put up to 3 licenses in their pocket. And after 10 years with them, we solved their problem. And so we no longer have that HMA, but it was because of this program that we put it together. We reduced the numbers back down to what was tolerable to them. And as Doug said, elk are easy if you put too much pressure in one place, they go somewhere else. And so between harvest and pressure, they don't have the problem there anymore. They still have some elk on Copper Mountain, but it's not to the numbers that were there before. The Hunter Management Access Program is a program that the department has where we basically hire a hunt management coordinator, and they basically became a pseudo ranch hand to go out there. They take hunters out, they show them where the elk are, they help them kill an elk, and they help them get it out. You can imagine that's a little bit expensive on a per elk basis, cost to the department, but we tried that in a few different places. Cody region had one for a few years, Laramie regions tried it, and the most recent one is in the Black Hills, as you can see just north of Newcastle. There's no contract that the landowner signs. It's really just the hunt management coordinator goes out there, knocks on doors and says, hey, you've got a problem. Would you be willing to let some hunters in if I come with them and work out a deal that way? And so they had 7 landowners that agreed to participate in that. And between the hunt coordinator and the landowners, they managed to kill 71 elk with 150 hunters. So it's a tool that we can use in places like that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the hunter landowner assistance, which is strictly us taking their name and putting it on the webpage, and then hunters call them directly. And then when they've got enough hunters or they've got enough repeat hunters over the years that they don't need their name on there anymore, they just tell us and we take it back off. And this past year, you can see there the number of landowners that were signed up for elk in each of those regions. So that's what I've got. I'll turn it over to Rick.
Any questions so far? I wanted to talk about a couple of things. So, Doug talked about our season structures and how we've tried all kinds of different iterations of seasons to get after elk. And we've talked about our damage program to compensate landowners when all else fails, essentially, and they have legitimate damage that they need to be compensated for. Dan spent a bunch of time talking about our access program, which has been highly successful and is a great program, and it's a great tool in certain places. There are 2 other potential tools that I wanted to talk through before we wrap this up, at least with our part. And that's to look at commission regulations where the commission has some authority to do something different than what's in our regular season setting structure. And so, Doug, if you could. So Doug's going to give you a copy of our current Chapter 34 depredation season regulation, and then our Chapter 56, which is our lethal take permit. I wanted to, I'll wait till you get a copy of this, but so Chapter 34. Again, this Chapter 34 has been on the books for a long time. As I mentioned earlier, we've had this struggle to try to maintain healthy, robust elk populations, especially on public lands, but at the same time, meet the needs of our private landowners, which are providing such critical wildlife habitat, and to try to make sure that we are not exceeding the capacity that they have for harboring the state's wildlife. So Chapter 34 has been out there for a long time. This current version that you have was signed back in 2014. And in 2014, when the commission reviewed this, we really didn't make any changes to it. At that time, Governor Meade had directed agencies to consolidate their regulations as much as possible. And so we went in through all of our regulations and made some minor adjustments to shorten regulations up. And so in 2014, we did that, but really the last significant changes were done well before that, probably 2006, and then even prior to that. So Chapter 34 has remained essentially the same for a long time. And we really haven't used Chapter 34 depredation hunting seasons much. I'm pretty certain that the last time we used it was probably 2004. We actually used a depredation season in Area 123, the Rochelle Hills. We set a depredation season out there, and I think we authorized up to 100 licenses. We had really good success. I think we killed about 90 elk off that depredation season. But that's probably the last time we've used a depredation season to speak of, was about 2004. So it's been a long time. And you might ask, well, why aren't you using this tool? And there's two things. One, we have directed managers for a long time to address damage situations to the best of our ability through season setting. So rather than try to implement a last minute season, if we had damage concerns, we wanted to do it through the season setting process and make sure that was in place. So that's one reason why we haven't used depredation seasons much. The other is that really, I think at this point, this depredation hunting season regulation is it's a little cumbersome. So for example, the way this is written now, we ask that people apply if they're interested on being on a potential list to participate in a depredation season. And that application period is July 15th to the end of October. And then if we decide to implement a season, we set the dates and the limitations, et cetera. And then we have this method of having to go through and call people to see if they're interested and get the licenses in their hand. And so really it's a bit cumbersome to use. So that's chapter 34. Like I said, it's been a long time since we've used it. We haven't implemented that tool very often. The other chapter that I handed out is chapter 56, and by state statute, the chief game warden or his designee is given the ability to take wildlife in the name of reducing damage. Chapter 56 again has been on the books for a long time. And we have utilized chapter 56 lethal take permits. Most recently, well, we have a lot of examples across the state where we've used chapter 56 permits specifically for elk. I pulled up one example just to talk through, which was Sheridan region, Sheridan County example back in 2018 along the Tongue River, I think the White Ranch, where there were two neighboring ranches where several hundred elk were getting into stored hay after the seasons were open or were closed. So February timeframe. Those elk had sought refuge on an adjacent ranch where there was no access, no harvest. The landowner was not interested in having any elk removed from that ranch, and so they could hang out there during the day. They could sneak across onto another ranch at night, get into these haystacks, and kind of move around and elude us. And again, the seasons were closed, and so Sheridan region folks put together a request for a Chapter 56 permit. We authorized them to take up to 30 elk under that permit, and with the approval of course, the landowners, and then approval by the commissioner of that area, we issued the Sheridan region that permit. They actually only killed 3 elk under that permit, but that just removing those 3 elk was enough to turn that herd around and change their patterns and no longer cause damage on that particular ranch. So I think in some cases, a Chapter 56 permit is a very legitimate tool. We have seen some success with it. It's not a silver bullet, but it is a tool that's available that we have implemented. I think I'll stop right there. I want to provide the opportunity to ask any questions or hear any thoughts that you might have. And again, just obviously there are no silver bullets. There are no easy fixes. These are challenging issues that we have to address, but at the end of the day, I just want to ensure folks that the department is committed in addressing damage concerns. We recognize the importance of wildlife habitat on private lands. We recognize the damage and consternation that elk and other wildlife can cause to private landowners, and we're committed to ensuring that we do the best we can to mitigate those damage concerns. And with that, I'll stand for any questions that you might have.
Mr. President, I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing of 34, but if I hear you correctly, you just maintain a list at random. Just you put out there, we may or may not have a depredation hunt in is it by state, by area, by whatever? And then people just sign up. And if we decide to have a deprecation hunt on XYZ ranch or property, then you just get the list and start calling people.
Yeah, President Roberts, Commissioner Doobie, that's right. It's as it's written, it's a pretty cumbersome system. to
Is it
use.
a one license, one gun type thing?
So yeah, it's one license issued, and that one license would allow the harvest of whatever we set up, whether it's a cow, elk, or what.
So you're limited on the number of people who sign up, then the people who would be available to, because they're not necessarily exclusively the same thing.
Correct.
Are they, and they could be anywhere in the state.
Correct.
I'd like to, can I ask another question? I'd like to go back about the extraordinary damage to grazing. That's kind of come up more and more here lately. And I don't recall, since I've been on the commission, we've actually done one of those. Do you remember, Galen? I don't think I've seen one. So where are we going with that? You know, we had our last commission meeting, we talked a lot about that, primarily about that. Talk about that, would you?
Sure. And I'm going to ask Dan Smith to come up and talk a little bit about extraordinary damage to grass.
No.
President Roberts, Commission. So I can provide a little bit of insight. We don't get a lot of these claims, but currently how Chapter 28, the damage regulation is written is that if a landowner is experiencing extraordinary damage to grass, which they have to prove, so it puts kind of the onus on them. And of course, we help investigate that. But as an example, then, if you normally have 100 elk that stays on your place through the winter, and then this year you have 200 elk that stays on your place through the winter, you could come in and say that's extraordinary. That's above the normal average or what's normally there. And you could file a claim that we would investigate and pay the difference basically between the 100 and 200. So basically 100 elk. So it has to be above what is normal and average basically on your property. If you look at our damage technique manual, it talks about the last 2 years average, but the actual regulation just says the overall average. And so, or over the past, there's no set amount of time. And so you're basically trying to look at what would be normally there, what would just the average be, and then it's an exceptional, extraordinary instead of just what would normally be there.
So how does the landowner prove that? So say my place, I come to you and say, you know, I've got 500 elk on my place right now. This is my first year making a complaint. How do you prove that's above normal?
Well, it would be difficult. And so it'd be one of those things that we would try talking you through. What have you had in previous years? You know, have you always had 500 elk and you've never claimed the damage before? And so at what point does it become extraordinary? So those are all things we would have to work through with the landowner, but it's not easy. It's cumbersome. And as it's written, it's challenging.
So if we go through those hoops and we both decide I've got 100 head more than I should normally have, how do you figure how much damage that is? Do we use like what we use on a feed ground? We feed them per day and it's 8 to 10 pounds a day. And then we figure that all out. Is that what we use, or how do you figure that?
What we've normally done is use AUMs. And so basically like what BLM or the Forest Service uses for allotments. And so an elk is considered 0.48 of an AUM. So about a half a cow. And so you take the average number of days, the average number of elk per day for the number of days they were there. And that's what we would pay based on an AUM basis.
Well,
Go ahead. You got the floor. Keep going.
no, well, I just think that we're probably we may very well get more and more of these types of claims. And I think that the department should look into this procedure a little closer and come back with us on ways to handle this. Because I just see this happening more and more in this future as we try to figure out something that's not a silver bullet to handle some of these. We're probably going to get more of these types of claims because it's really their only recourse. And I think we need to have a pretty well-defined way of handling that as best we can, especially when you're getting a claim on something that you haven't made a claim on before. In the regulation states, you have to define what is normal and what's above normal. That's going to be hard sometimes.
President Roberts, Commissioner Doobie, I agree. And I guess in the case of your example, if you've never had elk there before and all of a sudden you had 500 that spent the winter there, that would probably be extraordinary damage.
Copy chapter 28 somewhere. Yeah, it's on your, I'll get you to it on your computer. If you go to the Game and Fish website, I'll get you there.
Mr. President, can I dig a little deeper?
Absolutely.
I agree with Commissioner Doobie, and my concern is in that statute, Dan, extraordinary damage, what language is in there to protect that landowner? It may be the same number of elk, but it could be a drought year. And so now it has become extraordinary damage, even though there's not an increase in numbers. Does that statute give us flexibility with weather conditions, drought conditions?
President Roberts, Commissioner Brokaw, it's in regulation, but there's not a lot said about it in regulation. It just talks about we will pay for extraordinary damage to grass. And so going back to the Wildlife Techniques Manual and investigating that, you would probably try to take all that into consideration. You know, you may be correct that we may have the same number of elk this year, but maybe we had a drought year and so the damage is greater. And so we would have to work with the landowner to articulate that fact for him to claim that damage.
Sure. And my thought was on BLM permittees that are on an actual use basis. And we sit down with our range con prior to the season and we're looking at a drought year right up front, you know, we might get cut 60%. And in those kind of years, an increase in numbers doesn't necessarily constitute extraordinary damage. Just the existing animals that are there can cause that damage. I think there needs to be some language adjustment to accommodate that. So I'm
Yeah,
thinking
absolutely.
along the lines of Pete that we need to work on chapter 28. My other question is back to chapter 34 and thinking back to our January meeting, and those landowners came from Iron Mountain in that country and they asked for a depredation hunt. So how does this chapter allow us to set that hunt up and what time frame? So seasons end, let's just say December 1, but they're getting that damage in December and January. Can we activate and administer a depredation hunt to address that problem then? Or does it take us a year to address that? How soon can we get a depredation hunt up and going? And
President Roberts, Commissioner Brokaw, and you're willing to jump in. I think the first tool we would try to use is if elk were showing up later, is we would try to work on a season extension of what we already have. And so that's much easier to do. We can get before the commission and ask for an season extension, an emergency rule, and just extend that season and use the hunters that are already licensed.
okay,
Under chapter 34, if we didn't have that list generated, then we would have a difficult time
starting that up.
doing the depredation hunt. So the first tool that I would look at would be trying to go to just extending the season that already exists there. So maybe the season ended in December, but we're going to have elk show up in late December, or January. Take that existing season and try to stretch it out to address that problem. And that's something we can do much faster.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I would just highlight that as it's written, chapter 34 is pretty tough, pretty cumbersome, and there may be an opportunity to make adjustments there.
I defer to the director.
So, Mr. President, couple things here. You know, when chapter 34 was promulgated, the technology and the way that we interact with the public was significantly different. I mean, we did everything manually. We did things with a lot of phone calls, and we had paper forms, and we had very little ability to, go onto a website and register to get a permission slip for a hunter management area, as an example. And I think that, considering the technology that's available now and looking at 34, there may be some options that would make it less cumbersome. I agree with Rick. We've always resisted those using that because it is extremely manpower intensive, and a lot of times it wasn't always all that effective. But I think an evaluation of that, along with an evaluation of extraordinary damage to grass, are good places to go. The other legitimate question I've heard from landowners is, I had more elk here 7, 8 years ago, we decided to tolerate them. And, we haven't had a significant increase from 7 or 8 years ago, but now we have a drought. And it's an impact this year. And I don't want to tolerate them this year because it's impacting my bottom line. And under our current definition, wouldn't qualify. And so you almost put landowners in a position where even in a year where they may be more tolerant because it was a great year, they're going to be incentivized to file a claim just so that there's, they can prove extraordinary damage. So I think there's some opportunities here on this. We haven't looked at it for the last I remember that we looked at that definition was in the, I'm going to say it was like 2002 to 2003 timeframe is what I remember. And I think that's when we put in the language regarding access being required in order to qualify for damage claim. We put in some real specific language when we talked about the annual recruitment. That's what I remember anyway. And I think there's some opportunity here. I will tell you that there's been, in addition to what we've talked here today, there's been some internal discussion within the department about really a lot of other uncomfortable things agency take with chapter 56. Rick highlighted that. He gave an example. We've actually used chapter 56 multiple times. We've had landowners that are some of them who came and complained where we've showed up with chapter 56 permit and they've said, no, don't. We've talked about seasons that go forever. We've talked about seasons that go, this is very uncomfortable for a lot of folks, but seasons that are going into March, April, when the size of those calves that they're carrying, those pregnant mothers are carrying are bigger. We've talked about summertime hunting. So we understand, the department understands we're at a point where we got to look at about everything. From my perspective, where there's a line in the sand is, we're not ever going to be in a business of advocating for using, otherwise very unethical methods like shooting elk out of helicopters and those kind of things. That's a bridge too far from Nesvik's perspective, but I just want the commission to know we are looking at a lot of those other very uncomfortable options.
Mr. President, I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the many opportunities. And when we're talking about managing elk on private land, specific to Southeast Wyoming, I think the department has been more than gracious in all those programs available to those landowners. And just reading that presentation today, like your HMAP program, I'm not sure landowners in my area know that's an opportunity. So that's something we can work on, getting those access coordinators out and educating those landowners. But I also think that the department seems to be a little hamstrung with chapter 34 and chapter 28. And I'm comfortable, Mr. President, making a motion if you're ready for it. Sure. I would move that the department go back to chapters 28 and 34, update them, revise them, and bring them back to this commission that would make those chapters more user-friendly for the department's sake to help our private landowners with these elk situations.
Second.
Okay, the motion is that the department look at chapter 28 and 34, update them, revise them, and come back to the commission with their proposals. It's been motioned by Commissioner Brokoff and seconded by Commissioner Doobie. Is there any discussion?
Mr. President. So I want to make sure the commission's comfortable with this. We have a short-term problem to deal with. We've heard all about it, where our local folks are out in the field meeting with those landowners that came to both the Wildlife Task Force and the commission meeting a month or two ago, trying to look at solutions for their individual situations. So we have a short-term problem we need to deal with. And what I would ask the commission is that you give us the flexibility that if we decide that a revision to chapter 34 is necessary to deal with that, you're comfortable with an emergency regulation before we bring you a final regulation, that there's a potential we wouldn't be able to come back to you in a timely enough manner with a fully promulgated regulation in time to be able to do what we need to do. We might be able to. I'm not saying we can't, but I just want to make sure the commission's comfortable that if we say, hey, we really need this tool by August, July, that you're okay with, we can go through the emergency regulation process, which just requires a signature of the president and the governor and a recommendation from the department with some justification. And we could have that thing in place for up to 240 days. I just offer that up, make sure that before the commission votes, you're okay with that.
Yeah, Mr. President, Director, certainly I defer that to the department. I'm still not clear on how those emergency regulations come about, but whatever is most expedient for you guys to implement, I'm fine with whatever, however that comes to fruition. One last comment about hunter saturation with a statewide harvest rate of 46%, which is really outstanding. I'd like us to focus on those problem areas and work with those landowners on how do we not put more hunters on the landscape, but how do we increase that hunter success rate? And if we could figure that out, there's just a tremendous amount of landowner support in my area that we've got enough hunters, but if we could get to 80% success rate, we'd reach our goals. So not that that's relevant to chapter 34, but I just wanted that on the record that we have reached our saturation limit of folks on the landscape. So we've got to find a way to make them more successful.
So,
Curious, I know in our elk area, you can hold a full permit and then get 2 cows. Is that pretty much statewide? So I mean, most any hunter could have 3 in their pocket.
Yeah, it's a statewide regulation now. You may not in some of those public land areas where the access to those licenses is more limited, but for the most part in these areas we're talking about where we have over objective problems, that option exists. The licenses have to be left over. You can't get all 3 of them in the initial draw. So as long as they're left over, yeah, any hunter can do that statewide.
Mr. President,
sure.
back to the motion there, and your instruction, how does that pertain to public input and to a change in a chapter? Don't we? If we do the emergency thing, we may not have time for that procedure. How does that all work?
President Roberts, Commissioner Doobie. So if you do an emergency rule, it would not go through the public process.
Okay.
To take the regulation, chapter 28 and chapter 34 out through the public process, I think the first commission meeting we could get it back to would be the September one, time-wise.
My concern there, Dan, is that, we need to do a good thorough analysis. We're in the middle of season setting right now. I don't want our people to be rushing to get it done by a deadline instead of doing it right. And that's why the emergency reg may be needed. With that said, we could do an emergency reg, it'll expire. And in the meantime, do a good reg that would go through the entire public process, just like any other regulation change. And it just come to the commission a little bit later. The emergency rule would just get us as a Band-Aid. And again, I don't know that this is the answer. I really don't. I want to make sure we're ready for any contingency and that we have maximum flexibility to deal with this near term and long term.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm comfortable with the emergency regulation. Isn't it already in place?
Yeah, it's in place, but emergency rule would allow us to make modifications to the existing one and get it done quickly so we could implement it earlier. The final approval, the overall change to the regulation would still have to go through the full commission process and the public review. The emergency rule would expire. Actually, the first one expires in 120 days and you can renew them for another 120 days, but then they expire and the commission would have to take action after that to permanently change the reg.
I mean, I could see the possible need for a change in 34 is how you get people to sign up. you can just change that process. I mean, if you have a situation on XYZ Ranch and he's got 15 or 20 buddies that are ready to roll, you could expedite that process and get it done. Whereas I don't think, according to what I've read here, that's not how it works. So, yeah, I could see where emergency rule in a situation would be very helpful.
To me, it's all written in it already, almost, but close enough, but.
Well, they'll figure it out.
Okay, we've had the motion and we've been seconded into, for the department to look into chapter 28 and 34. We've also been, I don't know how to put it, with the nuance of giving the department a enough longitude and latitude to make an emergency regulation for 120 days if they so choose to expire after 120 days unless it's been renewed. Would that be correct, your motion?
That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay. and that
I
would be
agree.
second. Okay, and we've discussed it. Let's go ahead and, have you got that, Sharon? Okay.
Mr. President, on this one, I do know we've got at least one public commenter. It might be good before you vote to
Yeah.
take public comment from Mr. McGagnon.
Okay, thanks. Mr. McGagnon?
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the commission. And I've got a lot of names for the gentleman here in front of me. I'll say director for this purpose today. First of all, I want to thank the department for the excellent presentation this afternoon. I think it was just very helpful. I've read all those regulations, but hearing them explained from the perspective of those who have to make them work, I think is always really helpful. So I appreciate that very much. And as for emergency rules, we'd certainly be supportive of that. My sense is that the emergency rule isn't going to have to propose all the changes that may come in a more permanent rule change, but perhaps just a word here or there that can be tweaked to make this work to address some of the problems that are out there. A little by way of background, and you heard me at the last the commission meeting in Cheyenne, and then thanks to help that I'm not sure I needed from the Wyoming Livestock Roundup, people across the state were told to contact stock growers if they had problems with excess elk population. I probably had about 15 contacts since then. Some have sent me some actual data. Some of the others have just sent their concerns. So that's why I think there is some need to, if an emergency rule, if it doesn't solve all the problems this year, and it won't, it will be a very good way to deliver a message to the landowner community that the department and commission are committed to trying to address some of these problems. Looking beyond that, just a couple of points I would bring forward. Every time we talk about extraordinary damage to grass, I think about how inappropriate word damage is. The other items that are up there, yes, a fence, a crop that's been damaged, all of those, and those programs seem to be working relatively well. I certainly don't hear a lot of concerns about those. But in the case of rangelands and just an elk population out there eating forage, a couple of things come to mind. One, they're probably not doing what I would term damage, because a good landowner is not going to allow that to happen. And as you heard from some of the landowners last time, as the elk population increased, they've decreased their livestock numbers in order to avoid what is real damage. So it's really more an excess amount of competition. I think most landowners that I know, and would certainly encourage them all to say, there's an acceptable amount of wildlife, whether it's elk or any other species, that ought to have some of the forage on my ranch. And I believe most, not all, but most landowners are very receptive to that. But when that number becomes such that I'm reducing my numbers of livestock solely because the numbers of elk are increasing, and that's the story we've heard, then that clearly becomes that the elk are harvesting an excess amount of forage, whether they're actual damage or not. The other concern that the comments that were made bring to my mind, as you're looking at extraordinary damage to grass, in the regulation, there's a very scientific definition of what constitutes grass. There's a biological or name that I've not been able to totally track down, but it certainly isn't just a certain species of grass. It's whatever forage is out there that is otherwise consumed by livestock, cattle or sheep, as the case may be, or horses, that is being taken in disproportionate amount by the elk. The other thing that I think is a concern with the extraordinary damage to grass, and that the way that you prove it, when that was discussed here earlier, is, you know, there are some cases where, gee, I used to have 100 elk on my place, and because of some factor, I think we see it up in this area because of some of the elk behavior that's been impacted by the wolves and grizzly bears, for example. Used to be 100, now it's 600, and it happened in 2 years. That's fairly easy to ascertain, but the vast majority of cases of excess elk populations didn't happen with a sudden jump. They've happened that 15 years ago, I had 100, and then it gradually increased to 200, and then it increased to 400, and it's a more gradual one. And I can certainly see and respect the challenge that poses both to the department and to the landowner of saying, how do I prove if the requirement is I have to show I have X number more than I had last year or even 2 years ago? That's often going to be a challenge. And somehow as we move forward with this on the longer term, we need to look at what's the capacity of that land with a reasonable amount of elk on it. And, you know, to what extent are we exceeding that capacity, and make some adjustments according to that is what our suggestion would be. One other point, and I think this needs to be addressed in the long term too, is we certainly encourage landowners to allow some hunting on their land. We think that's appropriate. I realize that some don't. That's personal private property right, and it's their choice, but I would always encourage it. But if the elk population becomes so excessive that the only way you can control that population is to allow 100 hunters out there this year, then you reach that point where the damage that is done in some ways by an excess number of hunters is equal to or greater than the damage that's done by the elk. So I think that's another factor that maybe in some cases at least would make it appropriate and necessary to utilize the authority that you have in Chapter 56, because just extended depredation seasons bring their own problems with them that may not fit in a particular piece of land, depending on the number of hunters you would need, depending on what type of activity with livestock is taking place on that land during the season when you would normally allow the hunters out there. That can also be an issue. So I do very much appreciate what I'm hearing today. I think by looking at Chapter 28, Chapter 34, and some opportunities to perhaps different ways to utilize Chapter 56, that hopefully we have some answers to these problems as we move forward. And I would simply offer that on behalf of the landowners we represent, certainly would look forward to working with the commission, with the director, with the department to address some of these issues. But I do have, from all the feedback I've gotten, a sense that there's some urgency here. And I think that if we just push it off for another year or so, not only does the damage continue, but the willingness of landowners to work with the department and the commission to solve those problems is beginning to deteriorate. And that's something I really don't want to see happen. With that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to take any questions, but again, thank you for your efforts.
Mr. President, I don't have a question, but I just wanted to make sure that the landowners realize that we are taking this seriously. We have heard them, and we're trying to do our level best to address the issues and the problems that are associated with them. And I think that's
Commissioner Dubey,
huge.
that certainly is what I'm hearing today. And you know, I would say I haven't heard it to that extent until today, but the message that I will take home and deliver to landowners to the extent that we're capable of doing so will be that the commission recognized the problem, that they've taken some initial steps with the resolution, that the motion that passed, both short-term and long-term, to address the problem. And that what I see is now it provides us as landowners an opportunity to work more closely with you to find the right solutions to these problems, as opposed to feeling that you've left us no choice but to complain, so to speak. And I will tell you, I don't know if it's going to come up or not. Wyoming Stock Growers did propose to the legislature, to the Travel Recreation Wildlife Committee, that they take elk population as a topic for this next interim. We won't know until mid-April whether the Management Council assigns it or not. But when I presented that to them, what I told them is that we are working with the department and the commission, but should we collectively find that there's something in statute that needs to be adjusted in order to enable you to do the job, that I thought it would be helpful to have that in front of them, have them informed so they could step up if they're needed. Certainly is not our intent to go around the commission to solve the problem with the legislature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do, you know, I look at this and the consequential damages, as the definition is defined as injury that does not flow directly and immediately from the act of big game animals, trophy game animals, game bird, and gray wolf accordions. Are we going to run into, and we're just specifically talking about elk? We're going to have to change the definition of consequential damages, aren't we? To not include, that's going to have to be its own subsection.
Mr. President, that's one of the options that could be considered, but I think there's multiple ways that that our folks that deal with this every day might approach this. And so I guess I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. You know, we could darn sure come and check in with the commission with some of the ideas we come up with how we're going to change it before we run it through the public comment process. But there may be way more options than just that one as far as how to deal with this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would rather not specifically go line by line right now and try to convince the department to look at X, Y, and Z. I believe the department understands what we're talking about and can come back to us with ideas.
Yeah, just make sure we're solid as far as if somebody's going to challenge that, I would think.
Get in line.
Okay. Do I need to repeat the motion, or is everybody comfortable for voting on the motion?
Good to go.
Okay, then all those in favor signify by aye.
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 All those opposed? No. The ayes have it. It's adopted. Thank you. And that would be.
We'll have some tomorrow's items that we can do. We should probably take a break.
Okay.
But we'll do a few items from tomorrow to shorten up time.
Okay. How long a break? Okay, we're gonna have a 15-minute break, and then we're gonna come back in and we're gonna do a few of the items that were scheduled for tomorrow, and we're gonna push them tonight to get it done. We're waiting for. We're going to move to the next item. Turn on my mic and Eric, number 14.
President Roberts, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, Eric Woltinger, Services Chief. I'm going to do a brief update of that Cody Regional Office project, your new Cody Regional Office, and then a couple of action items and an ask, I guess. Overall, the construction for the Cody office is going really well. There's a delay on the electrical panel. We worked through this over the last 2 months. Basically, the main electrical panel was projected to be here, I think, May 14th. And we got notification from the provider out of Pennsylvania that was basically no date as far as a delivery date. So we worked through a process with them. And right now what we know is the date, it should ship on July 15th. Putting it here the week of July 17th and potentially delaying us past our tentative finish date of July 29th. So I don't know exactly how long that's going to be delayed. They're talking right now, maybe September 1st, September 15th, a potential change order for more time. Yesterday, I talked to them and kind of pushed for August 15th. If they can get that panel here, July 17th, get it installed, maybe a week or two, and then testing for the main building, hopefully we can get an occupancy certificate by August 15th. And that's what we're shooting for. I've pushed back on them, BHI and the division on challenging them to get it done. We're there. The project's going really good. Yesterday, we did a quick walkthrough. I mean, we're 75%. We have had challenges, challenges that everybody is seeing on construction right now. However, we're going to have a building done, and it's going to be a good building. It seems like we've not gone overboard. We've hit the mark just about perfect, I think, when it comes to the quality of the building. I haven't been out there today, but I noticed yesterday they were putting up some siding. Tonight, I'm going to go back out there, and I suspect that siding will be done on the front side of the building. So they're moving right along. So things are going well. We're hitting the marks, but there will be a delay. I don't know exactly what that will be, but I'm going to push for August 15th. There's also been a significant cost in our gas prices recently, which impacts oil, and we need oil to make asphalt. So our subcontractor that's slated to do the asphalt parking lot came back to us and talked to us about an increase of, I believe it was $12 a ton. There's approximately 2,200 ton of asphalt that will be put down for the parking lot. So whenever we did that quick math, I think it was $25,000 or $26,000. We pushed back and said we weren't willing to pay that. But we have talked to them. I haven't seen the change order, but I think they're requesting us to help them out with that increase in costs. And what I've told them so far is I would come to you, the commission, and ask to split that cost. And I have some numbers here, and I'll go through them at the end, but I believe it's $12,600 is the ask there. A couple other orders of business that we need to take care of is with the new building, we need some new furniture. We have a lot of old furniture that we're going to get rid of. The region has done a really good job of, over the last couple of months, working with our chief engineer and our services division staff, going through identifying what we should keep and what we should get rid of. We've got a lot of old furniture, so we're going to get rid of a lot of stuff through surplus. However, we're going to need some furniture, desks, commission chairs, the conference room needs set up, tables, furniture in the lobby and all that. So that specific ask, basically we went out to bid. We have not received it back, but we sent it out to bid, and we're looking at $220,000. We've cut that down. We went through and really got to the bare bones of it. I believe that those costs might come in a little lower, but I'm asking for $220,000 from the commission for furniture up to that amount. And I'm hopeful that I can come under that amount. So with commission approval, a pre-bid meeting will take place on March 29th, with bids being open and awarded on April 11th. The bid estimates for the FF&E, and FF&E is furniture, fixtures, and equipment. No really fixtures or equipment, it's just all furniture. In addition to the furniture is shelving. For yesterday, we walked through above the garage area where all the shelving is going to be, that big concrete area up in the upstairs. There'll be, each division will have an area similar to Laramie, where they'll be able to store stuff in that shelving. We're estimating to be about $75,000. If I can come in under that, we will do that also. And then we have to move. The region will do probably the bulk of the moving, but we're still going to have a moving company come in. And the figure you see up there, 25K, that's just an estimate. Lauren met this morning with the moving company, and they're not prepared to give us an estimate yet, but I do not expect it's going to be 25,000. I'm hopeful that it's going to be in that 14 to 18 range. And that'll just be a lot of the office stuff inside the office. Trailers, boats, all that stuff our staff will handle. So the total ask today is $332,600, which that breakdown is, like I said before, approximately $220,000 up to for furniture, $75,000 for shelving, $25,000 to cover the moving expense, and then that additional split that I'm proposing with the contractor on the asphalt for $12,600. And that total is 332,600,000. If you recall, our goal was $10 million to stay under that. And I'm happy to report if you do approve this additional cost of 332, we are at 994. So we're getting close, but I do believe, I'm hopeful that I'm not back up here asking for any more money. And I don't consider the furniture and the moving and the shelving really part of the project per se, construction wise. But I think it's important to know that is an added cost that we anticipated. And we're at that point where we need to get some furniture. So I'll stand for any questions if you have any questions on any of that.
Questions from the commission?
I have a question, Mr. President. Eric, I watched you deal with those guys yesterday, and I believe you have a good reputation and are negotiating as best as you can. But on the asphalt question, have we looked at different designs and maybe more gravel in the back and less asphalt? Is that counterproductive to what the intent use of the garages and stuff is? Or I just think of the rainwater cycle and things covered in asphalt bug me. And that's a huge chunk of area to cover with asphalt. But is there any different plan on less asphalt?
President Roberts, Commissioner Brokaw, in the back, that's all gravel. That's not asphalt. So the only asphalt is whenever you come in, which
Front lot.
we will see a little bit of a credit back with a adjacent landowner that we approved a couple months ago for that wider approach. The landowner to the north wanted that approach. So we're going to see approximately, I think 20 or 25,000, don't quote me on that, back to the commission as a reimbursement that they're basically fronting that cost. And then whenever you come in, that'll all be asphalt. And then the back parking lot where that gate will be for the employee parking, everything else will be gravel back in the back by the cold storage building and all that. So, I mean, we can look at reducing it. I think we reduce the footprint the best we could.
Okay.
Mr. President. So the furniture was not part of the whole project in the first place, correct?
President
Well,
Roberts.
obviously it's part of the project, but it wasn't part of the bid or part of.
No, sir.
All right. So I understand that part. I don't have a problem with that. The asphalt was part of their original bid, was it not?
President Roberts, Commissioner Doobie, it was.
Just like most everything else was.
Their bid, absolutely.
I have a problem with it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Was there anything that went down in price? Did we get a discount on it? I know.
President
I'm just being
Roberts,
smart
Commissioner
aleck.
Doobie, the whole time through the project, I mean, you guys know, we have battled increased cost after increased cost. We have changed a few things throughout the building to kind of offset some of those price increases, to not have to continuously come back to the commission to ask for approval. So we've changed a few minor things to gain some dollars to take care of some of those increases internally. But I mean, it's been tough.
Mr. President, I guess when they did all this, when we first started, they were bids these companies put in, not estimates, correct?
President Roberts, Commissioner Byrd, you are absolutely correct. It was a
But you
bid.
have to stick to the bid
Yes, ma'am.
theoretically.
Yes, ma'am.
So probably they shouldn't be coming back wanting more for the asphalt, or did we change that?
They have not, I have not seen the official ask. In a meeting last week, they brought it up, and yesterday we talked about it. And I asked them that give me time to talk to the commission. It's a $12 increase. I'm not fluent in how asphalt making goes, but I believe the subcontractor probably purchased a large batch for several jobs, and that was the price. And now they're probably going back through, I suspect, and saying, okay, we paid $12 more a ton than what we bidded this job. That's my guess, though.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion that we authorize $320,000 for furniture and fixtures.
Okay, the motion is
Second.
that the commission from the one-time fund pay $320,000 for the furniture, fixtures, and electrical. Is that what it's called?
FF&E, yes. sir,
FF&E.
Mr. President.
That's and it's moved by Commissioner Doobie and seconded by Commissioner Byrd. Do we need discussion? No
I'll
discussion.
second that.
I think it's been seconded. Commissioner Byrd seconded.
Oh, good.
So
30 minutes.
what?
Yeah, I'm glad you agree though.
So, let's vote on it. Would all those in favor of spending from the one-time fund for the proposed FF&E 320,000 signify by saying aye?
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion is adopted, and there's been no motion for the asphalt.
Mr. President, I have some more for Eric, if I may. Sure. I don't want to leave you hanging. Talk to me more about their not being able to meet their deadline on their electrical panel, which pushes our completion date back 2 weeks. Do we incur additional labor costs during that time frame, or is that on them still under the original bid?
President Roberts, Commissioner Brokaw. So our original date is July 29th. With the anticipated arrival of that electrical panel being July 17th, and them needing about a week to 2 weeks to get it installed and start testing. The testing part of the building is what I think is going to take the bulk of the time, which is one of their subcontractors. That's something that we subcontracted out. They'll come in and test, do an envelope testing of the building, the commissioning agent, basically. That will probably take 2 to 3 weeks. If they get the panel on time, and if they get that done quicker, the quicker the commissioning agent will come in and do all the testing, and we get the fire marshal in there to get an occupancy certificate. So the additional time, and I haven't seen what they're asking for, we've just talked about it, but I'm pushing them for August 15th. And that's a move in for us. I mean, I'm hopeful that we can move in that week. It's busy for the fish division. It's going to be fall's a busy time for wildlife division. So I'm trying to get it done in August, but we're shooting for August 15th. We won't see any increased costs with that ask. Because basically what they're doing is they're saying the electrical panel was supposed to come in May. They're going to ask probably for 45 days, because from the date of May till July 29th is 45 days. So per construction rules, they're going to try to tack that 45 days on the end of July 29th.
So that's all on them.
It's all on them, no additional cost.
That's good.
It is, it is.
So how do you want to resolve the asphalt issue?
That was my next question.
President Roberts, Commissioner Brokaw, I think we are at a point where we go back to them and let them know what our decision is. They're used to it. I mean, it's been not a battle. It's been a good working relationship for the most part. I think it's a push-pull. I mean, it's a weekly push-pull. We meet weekly. We have our engineer up here every 2 weeks. We're about to ramp that up to every week to make sure that this thing gets finished as close to on time as we can, and there's no hiccups. So we'll just meet back with them and let them know where we stand currently.
I guess if they're adamant, they could come present themselves to the commission. Leave you out of the squishy hot seat.
He likes it.
It's been good though. I mean, rest assured that this is going to be a good building. The project, while we might have started off bumpy, I mean, I'm pretty happy with where we're at. I'm really happy with our staff. Everybody in the department's been super supportive. The region, I mean, we're getting there. And now we can see a little light at the end of the tunnel. So everybody's excited, but we will make the correct steps necessary to make sure we don't spend $1 more than we need to.
Mr. President, I have a question. Do you think you'll get all your FFE in time?
President Roberts, Commissioner Lundvall, I do.
Good.
We were hoping to start in December, and we got a late start in January, went through with the region, went through with Plan 1 is kind of helping us with all this and kind of responsible for putting it all together, put the package together. And I originally thought it was going to be 6 to 8 weeks once we award a bid, but I think we backed that down to about 4 weeks. So I think we're going to probably have the furniture hopefully delivered in July. Now, they have already authorized us, if we have that furniture in July, to let that contractor go in there, put the furniture up, and then come out and clean everything up before we get occupancy certificate. So I'm trying to get it all done before we get a ribbon cutting and people start moving in and turn on lights.
Kudos to you guys. You've done an outstanding job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now we'll move to item 16. Ms. Bruce. No, they'll let me know if we have. I will let you know. from the public.
Oh, you can, you can,
Right.
but you can also ask for it too, because they don't necessarily have to.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody, but just. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Roberts, Director Nesvik, Commissioners. I'm going to give you a summary of the 2022 budget legislative session. The director talked earlier today in his executive overview, but I'll provide a little more details here and there on the session itself. So only 20 days, so it's a pretty intense session. I'd like to say that this year was a little bit lighter on our workload, but I say that with the fact that 5 really important, impactful bills still came out of this session, and I'll walk through each one of those. But total, there were 240 bills. We monitored 33, and we tracked 12 of them. And if you remember, we monitor the ones that have some impact to the department, but it's really those ones that we track that have more of a significant impact that we're testifying on and really focusing on for the session. And then after the first week, if a bill is not voted on in either the Senate or the House floor, it's dead. It doesn't move on. So after that first week, we found our 12 tracked bills dropping down to about 5 or 6. So our workload then lowered drastically. Out of those 5 bills, 4 of them were testified in the TRW, the Travel Rec and Wildlife and Cultural Resource Committee, and then 1 in the Joint Appropriation Committee. So we were able to focus a lot of our work on TRW. And like Director Nesvik said earlier, I felt that this year was really a year of amendments. There seemed to be a lot on the bills that we were tracking, but TRW really worked closely with the department to ensure that those amendments were in line with what the department could implement. So I'll talk about a few of the amendments as I walk through them as well. And then 2 of the bills too actually came from TRW committee and 1 from JAC committee. And when bills come out of committee, it also increases their likelihood of moving forward. So 3 of the bills were in that case. Before jumping into the bills, I'll just highlight what's been said a few times by the governor last night and then Brian today. Is really exciting to see the extra $75 million added to the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust. And really what this means is because the interest earned on that 75 extra million, there'll be about additional $3 million of habitat projects on the ground in Wyoming each year. So really good stuff. And then I'll expand on this a little bit more with my next commission item, but there was also 10 million earmarked in the budget for wildlife crossings, specifically to help us match other funds. So that was great to see as well. The first bill I want to run through is investment of game and fish funds, Senate File 59, Enrollment Act 7. This will give the commission the option to move additional funds into Pool A, which has a higher rate of investment. We discussed this last summer with you guys, and we'll continue to have conversations in more detail on this following summer. Note that the interesting thing about this bill is it moved through both the interim session and then through the session itself. It had 100% agreement on this bill. So there were no nay votes any step of the way. I thought that was interesting to note. I'm not sure if that's happened before on our bills, but this one went really smoothly. The second one to mention is aquatic invasive species inspection and enforcement. This is Senate File 6, Enrollment Act 13. So any person who fails to stop and have an AIS inspection fails to stop for that inspection and it is then pulled over by enforcement would have 48 hours to get inspected and shall not enter Wyoming waters until inspected. Now, through the amendments process, there were several different amendments throughout time with what the penalties for this would be. And the bill ended up that up to $5,000 in fines and may be prohibited to operate on Wyoming waters for up to 3 years. So the interesting thing about this bill is TRW really showed a huge interest in aquatic invasive species and was looking for additional ways to help the department and the state. So this bill came out of a lot of discussion with TRW, and it was just encouraging to see the amount of further understanding that our legislators have gained on AIS compared to past years. I think they are really understanding what the threat is.
Hey, Angie, hold on just a second.
Yep.
So along these lines, this is a good place to talk about it. So actually, this bill came from a discussion that we had with TRW early in the interim last year, and really, it's a good illustration of how things can change. We started with a request to them to establish essentially an AIS insurance policy, so that if we had AIS found in one of our waters, that there would be some account out there that the governor would have access to pay for the department implementing the rapid response plan for that particular water. That was our initial ask. That's where the discussion started. Where it ended was with this bill that looks at enforcement and enhanced penalties. With that said, though, they did provide the governor with I don't remember the term they used, but it's kind of an emergency fund that he can use to deal with state emergencies at his discretion. And it was a sizable chunk of money. And so I do feel like it's not named the AIS contingency fund or anything like that. However, we do have that ability. The governor has that ability that if we had to spend millions of dollars to deal with, worst case scenario with quagga mussels in Flaming Gorge Reservoir, that money would be there, and the governor would be able to provide it to pay for that.
Thanks, Director. The next bill I want to walk through is a trophy game, big game, and wild bison allocation bill. And this was House Bill 43, Enrolled Act 10, also known by us as the Big Five. As you guys talked about this several times, it came as a unanimous decision out of the Wildlife Task Force this past summer, and then it went through the TRW committee as well. And so it had lots of support moving forward. There are three main parts to this bill. The first one is really about establishing a consistent resident versus non-resident of the big five species, which includes bighorn sheep, moose, wild bison, mountain goat, and grizzly bear, and makes a consistent 90% resident, 10% non-resident. Prior to this bill, it was between 20 and 25 non-resident for those species. So again, it aligns them all for 10 and 90. Established once in a lifetime for the mature male of the species of bighorn sheep, moose, and wild bison. And then it enacts a 5-year waiting period for juveniles and the female of the bighorn sheep, moose, and wild bison. A common question we got with this bill was the fiscal impact to the department. It's approximately $200,000 annually would be the impact. And then it's important to mention here that this came from the Wildlife Task Force, and there seemed to be quite a bit of confusion during the session of what was completely in this bill. It's very complicated if you read through the bill. And we got a lot of questions if preference points versus bonus points was in this bill. And I think it's because at the current time, that was the issue at the task force. And so it took some clarification on the side that no, that was not in this bill. The next steps for this bill, there will need to be updates to Chapter 44. And we will look at bringing that to you in September. This does not go into effect for this fall season. It will be next year. So look for more on this in September. The next one is the hunting license application funds, House Bill 72, Enrolled Act 41. This was the bill also mentioned by Governor Gordon last night. And it allows for the department, the department refunds approximately $47 million a year to unsuccessful applicants. And this would allow those applicants the opportunity to donate that fund instead of getting a refund, either all of it or part of it. They would have two options. One option would be to donate it to the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust. And the second option would be to donate it to the Access account. This Access account in particular was the one that was passed last year that increased the conservation stamp by $9. And so it's called the Access account. However, 85% of it goes to Access and 15% to Wildlife Crossings. So those would be the two options. The next step for this, it will take some programming internally, and then we'll have this in place for the next application period. Okay, and last but definitely not least at all is the sage grouse farming bill. And this is Enrolled Act 49. And as the director talked about in his brief was there was quite a bit of conversation about this one at the legislature. And just to take you back a little bit, this original act was passed in 2017. And it had a sunset date on it of this year, December 31st, 2022. The bill originally, when it was filed, had removed the sunset date altogether. Through a process of different amendments throughout, it ended with an additional 5 years on the bill. So it will sunset in December of 27. But because of what Director Nesvik said earlier, a lot of concerns around this. During testimony and after, it seemed that there was a good sort of consensus by folks that the current certified sage grouse farm that we do have, there was sort of an acknowledgement that they should continue to finish their experiment, to finish where they are at. But there didn't seem to me to be a large support for additional certified facilities. So with that information, we're going to be looking at possible changes to Chapter 60 and bring that back to you in September and get some more feedback. In the regulation itself, it allows us to certify up to 5 facilities. So there's an opportunity within the regulation to lower that. That summarizes the 5 main bills. And then like several folks already talked about, the session's done, but the work is never done. So the interim session starts as early as May. We're looking at hopefully offering an opportunity to the legislators at our Casper meeting to give a tour of the Spees hatchery and give them an overview of the value of fish hatcheries in Wyoming and seeing it firsthand rather than maybe through a PowerPoint. So we think that will be of great interest to the legislators. And we are hoping that we'll continue to be able to give the TRW different updates and different ideas that come from the Wildlife Task Force. Mr. Magagna talked about elk management and what he proposed for an interim topic. And there were another interim topic that came from our NGOs to possibly talk about a couple of the items that came from the CWD management plan dealing with wildlife feeding and carcass disposal. So again, we'll have to wait a couple more weeks. We'll see what interim topics were selected. Most of our work tends to be in TRW, but we may see other items in other committees such as Joint Ag or Federal Natural Resources. With that, I'll just stand for any questions.
Mr. President, just real quick point of clarification on the sage grouse bill. So I think there was a fairly good chance that had the introductory language in the bill allowed it, the bill title and the way that it was written would have allowed it. The bill probably would have been amended, the sage grouse one, to lower the number of eggs that could be collected annually by any one permittee. But the lawyers decided that that the bill didn't allow the legislature with the way that was written to make those changes. So I think it's important for the commission to know that. I think it's important for the public to know that because there's a lot of public comment around that and a couple other changes that would have been statutory. So the commission's not going to be able to lower the number of eggs that can be collected. The commission's not going to be able to make other modifications that are specifically in the statute. Where the commission will have latitude is with specifically the number of permittees, and then there may be some other things that in the reg that are maybe less important that we didn't hear as much about. I just think it's important for everybody to understand that because there was definitely confusion. You know, a lot of the NGOs had lobbied hard to make some changes there that ultimately didn't get made, but We just all need to know what the sideboards are, is what my point is.
Mr. President, is it worth our time and trouble to go through changing that regulation when they've had 5 years for another company to jump in and get on board? Is it really worth? I mean, the odds of another game farm wanting to do sage grouse probably zip to none. I would assume. I just wonder if it's worth the effort. But anyways, I have another question on, I guess it was legislation last year. How is the roadkill? How is that rollout, so to speak, worked?
Yeah, so, Mr. President, Commissioner Dubey, the roadkill bill was rolled out it's now 100% effective. And you can pick up roadkill of the species allowed in the locations allowed by using the 511 app through YDOT. And if you guys have that on your phone, I use it right now to see if the roads are red or yellow or orange, how hazardous they are during this time of year. But it's pretty simple. You can go right on there. You can either report roadkill or you can ask to pick up your roadkill. So it's almost like an automatic permit system, but then it also provides tracking and data of that as well. So it is available today.
But I guess my question really was, have we had any feedback from the regions, whatever, how it's working?
Yeah,
Or-
I'm going to give some feedback.
Okay.
So what do you think that the Wyoming Wildlife Federation did? So she fed us roadkill at the legislative reception. So yes, it's been used already. I can tell you that.
And
Fair enough.
Mr. President, if I may, I think 38 other states, give or take, already have such a law in place and have been doing this for years. But it is funny how this has really made somewhat of a national attention. I was just talking to my dad the other day and he said, "Hey, I read in the paper, you guys are now doing this." And yeah, it's been quite the highlight across the nation, which I thought it was sort of something, I was surprised it grabbed such widespread attention. Yeah. But I've heard a few other good reports from folks. I don't know if wildlife has heard anything to the opposite. No? Good to hear.
I've yet to see a roadkill I wanted to keep.
No doubt.
Of course, I haven't been riding with Jess.
Any other questions?
I have one question, Mr. President. Angie, on the proposed new bill, license application funds donated, is there a model or a projection or that's just wide open up in there? What might be donated back?
Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, that's a very good question. And even when we did the fiscal note on it, we have no way of knowing. But kind of like the governor said last night is 47 million. So let's say 1% or let's say 2% of folks do it. Then I think it's worth our administrative time, right? Because that could be a lot. We have really no way of guessing.
Yeah.
There was different amendments thrown in at different times about what the options should be. The two sources of where the money could go was always the same, but should it just be donate your whole thing or should it be $20, $50, options? And one amendment made really at the end by Chairman Ellis, and she wanted that to sort of be removed. And I think if I understood her intent correctly, it was, let the department figure that out because that could change over time. We all know that a $20 bill 10 years ago isn't worth the same it is today. So let that be flexible and let the department determine it. I don't know if we have any sort of human resources or any data on what that average person gives in a donation. Some information like that might be valuable to help us kind of see what those categories could be. But long story short is we really have no idea. But we'll be watching that and we can bring that back to you. It'll be great to hear after next year's application period to see how many folks, check the box.
That could be interesting.
Mhm. I was pleasantly surprised with the wildlife crossing donation option that was added a few years ago when you go in to buy a license or a stamp. And that has brought in over $100,000 already. What we did see with that, though, is some of the other options that you have available to donate have gone down. So are we shifting money or are we bringing in new money?
Yeah, I think it's a great thing. It's kind of a double negative. It's like, oh, sorry you didn't get a tag, but hey, give some money to boot. But it's a great thing.
Cool.
Mr.
There's a lot of good folks out there that.
Sorry, Mr. President,
Sure.
I'm just curious on the 90-10 bill. I had quite a few people talk to me, and mainly people that had built up a lot of points for a certain sheep area and saying if that went through, it was just going to blow them out of the water. I guess I'm not sure how that could be unless a lot more people, I mean, because it goes to 90-10, a lot more residents would apply. It would really foul it up, or I'm not sure that I'm clear on this.
So just clarification, were these from non-residents?
No.
Yeah, so
Residents.
that the residents' chances go up by about 2%, unless there was way more people that put in, but we're talking about points. So yeah, I don't see that.
Okay. Well,
I-
I was
I s-
having a hard time seeing why they were, I mean, they were mad. They were residents that ticked off that it was going through. And I said, you need to go to the legislature. I mean, right now, we can't do anything about it. But saying that if that went, yeah, he saved, I forget, 18, 19 points, but that figuring he'd never draw a sheep tag.
Yeah, he was completely misunderstood the
Okay,
bill
well-
then.
He's talking about preference points.
The complaints that came towards the end, we heard some public feedback that people were concerned about those that were in the waiting period that had already drawn a license. They were in the waiting period. They won't likely be able to apply again. And so they would fall under the once in a lifetime thing. And, I feel like the task force considered that when they made the recommendation. We don't have enough licenses to make sure everybody can get one. I don't think it's fair to say that we want to still make it, able for you to get two when you're in the waiting period right now. So,
Yeah, okay. Well, I better check on it because he must be reading more into it than
yeah.
I was. I didn't see that it was going to do that, but
Unless they thought that the preference point proposal was part of that bill. If they thought that, then they have a valid concern.
oh, maybe that was it.
It could be.
But that hasn't passed yet. So that hasn't even been drafted as a bill yet. So.
Okay. And then the once in a lifetime, it's just from here on out. I mean,
Well-
people that have already killed one, does it apply to them?
So if they harvested one at a license, well, whether they harvested or not, if they had a license and then they went through the waiting period and were eligible to apply again, they could continue to apply. But if at the time this goes into effect, which is a year from now, if they're in the waiting period because they just drew one within the last 3 or 4 or 5 years,
Mhm.
then they will not be able, they'll fall into this and they will have had their once in a lifetime license.
Okay, what are you gonna do?
Thank you, President. That wraps up my talk. Did you want me to go on to the next commission item or?
Absolutely. Great.
So I am going to continue with a wildlife crossing initiative update. And this continues to be a high priority for the department, the commission, the state, and a lot of our NGO partners out there. And you saw that with what I talked about earlier with the $10 million in the general fund budget for wildlife crossing match. So I'm going to give you an update on our current large projects, talk about our future priorities, and then touch on the Infrastructure and Jobs Act a little bit as well. Dry Piney on 189 is in fully bid out and under contract. And I have just inquired, in fact, today about when that's going to kick off. It should kick off this spring or summer. The Casey to Buffalo I-25 project, the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust Their large project bill was successful, and the extra $500,000 that they asked for from the legislature went through, and the bill was signed. So all the funding is coming together for that and should be out for bid shortly. So then we asked ourselves, where do we go from here? We've got 2 of those large projects underway, very exciting. So when we talk about these, we like to focus on the next 3 projects. I-80 Halleck Ridge. The second one that we're really focusing on right now, because of it's really opportunity based, is the South Kemmerer project on 189. And this is the lower half, so it's mile marker 8 to 30. And this one, like President Roberts talked about earlier, is really an opportunity because of the new nuclear facility in the area. Huge increase in traffic is projected. And this project's been in the works, sort of in people's minds in the region for many, many years. But with this added emphasis on the area with the nuclear plant, it's just really grown in attention, and therefore we've made it a priority. And then the third one, which our regional staff has worked very closely with WYDOT's regional staff and really figuring out a plan for Highway 26, the Du Bois project, we call it. They have a good understanding of what's needed to accomplish the work there. And so that is also one of our top 3 priorities now as well. And so I think I roughly added up those 3 and what it would take to finance all 3. I'm going to caveat this with saying this is biology math and not engineering, just so you know, but we're right around the $65 to $70 million for those 3, just to give you perspective. And so it's going to take a lot, but fortunately with the Infrastructure Act that was recently passed, there's an opportunity to get competitive grant funds, and Wyoming is set up really good to capture these funds. And we also continue to prepare to do that. There's $350 million for wildlife crossings alone. There's probably some, even addition to that, some wildlife crossing opportunities in different parts of the grants. For instance, Forest Service got, I believe, $100 million to work on roads, bridges, and trails. So there's opportunities within the Forest Service and BLM lands to work on crossing projects as well. And then with the anticipation of applying for those top 3 projects with this infrastructure money, it really helps that we got the $10 million from the general fund to help match those as well. So we will see. We'll see how things line up, and I'll keep you guys up to date on those. And then just to touch base too, I often come to you and get to do the easy part here and talk about the 3 main projects and the funding. But, Wyoming's a leader in this field, and we want to continue to grow that. And with the infrastructure funds too, there's also, I think, 6 different opportunities in there alone for wildlife or for fish passage and migration. So we're looking at fish crossings now, to be short. And so what we have done is formed an internal department committee to really grow both of the programs, to look at what research do we need, what priorities do we need to set, what communication we need to do, and really look at what are our needs with both fish passage and wildlife crossings in order to capture the most we can from the federal opportunity we have now, but also all the momentum on this subject right now. So I'm sure you'll be hearing some more from that group in the future, but I did want to acknowledge that we are trying to ramp things up behind the scenes as well. So with that, I'll just stand for any questions.
Mr. President, Angie, on that 10 million in the general fund, the legislature put aside for a match, is that a 50-50 match?
It did not specify. Brian, Director, do you want to help?
Yeah, so it's actually, the way the governor put it in there was, it was specifically for federal match. Now, there's many different federal programs. Some of them have different match requirements. For the most part, I think we could plan on infrastructure bill was 80-20. No, they actually haven't said it, but a lot of other similar federal highway grants are at 80-20 or 90-10. So that's what we can assume it's going to be.
Okay, so it varies on which federal grant
Program, yeah.
we
And
tap.
Meredith, have you seen, have they on the infrastructure bill set it yet, or?
No, I haven't seen. So,
That's awesome.
Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, yeah, they haven't clearly said, but the dry piney one, we had a federal build grant for that one for 14.5, and that was a 20% match. So we're sort of, like Director said, kind of going with that.
Mhm.
90-10 would be even better.
Better than 50-50. Yeah, excellent. That'll push our dollars farther.
One question, when's the dry piney one? Do we know when that's going to be completed? We have a completion time?
Mr. President, it will take 2 construction seasons. They will not get it done this year. If you recall, there were 9 underpass structures. They're like a big box culvert that will go in, and that will take them longer than just this season.
And also could, and I like everybody know how far up Wyoming is and this department is as far as the crossings and the corridors and stuff. And if you could explain the meeting that you guys had with all of the secretaries of Treasury and or transportation and stuff to the rest of the commission.
Yeah, Mr. President. So we had the opportunity a few months ago now, back in, was it October? December, to kind of tour folks from USDA and Department of Interior, BLM, and the Federal Highway Commission out in Wyoming. And one of the things we did is we were able to fly them in the governor's airplane over the state and show them where Halleck Ridge would be, and show them where the other existing like Trappers Point crossings were. And, you know, through those conversations that we were able to have, especially with the Federal Highway Commission, was I heard various comments saying, you know, they got on our website and they saw what we had there, and through our conversations, and they were extremely impressed of where we were in wildlife crossings. Of course, I was trying to influence them, how Wyoming's projects were ultimately the best. We have it figured out. And they really responded well. So I think that paid us a lot of kudos, and it felt good for them to hear from that high of level.
And they absolutely loved Angie. They absolutely thought she was top notch. So we're well ahead of all the other states when it comes to this. And thank you for that.
Yeah, and I think if I can add on to that, because I do like to talk about this subject, is, you know, one of the things I try to stress, because this topic is getting nationwide attention now. And so you might hear about turtle crossings out east and mountain lion crossings in California. And so there's a lot of people jumping on this bandwagon. But my message to them is, if it's really about conductivity and connecting habitats, and, you know, you guys all know I come from Iowa, and it has one of the top wildlife collisions in the nation. The difference, though, is whitetails don't have a seasonal movement or a migration path. You would need to put an overpass continuously to address the issues. So I really stressed about the data that we have, the data that our wildlife division has captured through the collars. Not only do we know where they're moving, we know exactly where to put these solutions for them to be effective. And they really bought into that. And I was really just trying to compare and contrast, and just talked about really how we could be very effective if the money was given to Wyoming.
Very modest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, now we'll move into agenda item 22.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, President Roberts, Director Nesvik, and the commissioners. I'm really pleased to be able to come back and talk to you a little bit about some statistics for the communications team. I think you'll be very impressed with some of the numbers we'll be able to show you today. Sarah's giving you an infographic that also kind of outlines some of the information you'll see on our slides. Before I get started, I wanted to talk about this slide presentation our communications and marketing team put together, the background and the colors and all of this for me. And this goes along with our brand standards that I was describing with the website. So kind of has the look and the feel of Game and Fish and our colors we've submitted. So as we go through, you'll see that. it's really fortunate to be able to come and work for a team and a department that has so many impressive individuals and does so many amazing things. And so when I started with this team, I really wanted to understand, like, what was our job? What do we focus on? What are we doing? And how can we continuously improve? And so on our team, we broke down exactly what our 3 main core components to do are, which is focus on communication. We wanted to, convey the department's message in the best way possible. Education, we want to inspire and educate the public and continue to recruit and retain the people that we have. And then also public relations. How do we inform, interact, and work with partners, employees, and other stakeholders? So as you see me come to give you information, it will always be on one of these areas typically. Today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the communications team. Whoops. So here's our current communication tools. We use news media, email, social media, and we have the Wyoming Wildlife Magazine. All of these tools are ran by different individuals, and it's not a very big team. And when I say team, this is my team at headquarters. And then also we have great participation from all of the INEs, the information and education people in all the regions. So I definitely have to highlight that. And going forward, I want to make sure I recognize the people who have done all this amazing work, because today I'm just giving you the data of what's been done. Next year, I hope to come back and give you the data of how that's different or how that's grown. So, and in that fairness, it's only fair that I highlight the individuals who have really done so much of this work. And so again, I'd have to start with our public information officer, Sarah Dorenzo, who's here with me today. And I've asked her to get up and really describe what these numbers mean and how this information was collected so we could give you today.
President Roberts Commission, I'm glad to talk about these numbers. So the 10,000 number represents the number of people who subscribe to our statewide news releases. That includes reporters from our state in Wyoming, national reporters, and any individuals in the public who are interested in keeping up on game and fish news. We send a statewide news packet every Monday. So that's 52 news packets a year, including news releases in between and throughout. We usually have very robust news coverage because of our dedication to transparency and public information. And so we're covered about 20 to 30 times a week in local papers and online news. In 2021, we sent 186 statewide news releases. And that is a very big number, but it's super important to me and the media program to make sure that every single week, every single day, game and fish is in the news, so people know the work that we're doing and the value that we bring to the state of Wyoming. That last number, 52, represents the number of television news pieces that we produce on an annual basis. We produce one television piece every week that's disseminated to our local TV stations, and they play it on Sunday nights. The next program I'm going to talk about is our email program. We have one of the most also robust email marketing programs. This is a really important tool to have direct communication with Wyoming's hunters, anglers, and wildlife enthusiasts. We also communicate directly with teachers, families, and kids about the Inspire a Kid initiative. So we send these 4 email newsletters every month, and the numbers with those are extremely impressive. Our hunting update goes to more than 500,000 folks every month. The fishing update goes to over 200,000 people a month. The wildlife update, which goes to people who have identified themselves as people who just want information about wildlife watching, wildlife enthusiasts, that goes to about 12,000 people a month. And then that 3,000 number is the families and educators who are focused on Inspire Kid. Some other metrics that are really important are open rates. That means that's the number of people who actually click on open and read the emails. We can see that through our email analytics program. We have open rates as high as 85% on some of our messages, which is far above industry standard for government, which is more around 20 to 30%.
And I just want to say that, you know, Sarah has done a ton of work again, and then the INEs, the information education specialists in all the regions, they coordinate weekly to work on all this news. And it's really impressive, the amount of reach we have, the relationships we have with the press. And again, like Sarah said, the transparency, so that, you know, we're very much proactive in the information we provide to the public. We try to get in front of it, whether it be, you know, good, bad, or indifferent, just so that we can inform our stakeholders of what we're doing and why, and what's going on with wildlife and conservation efforts in Wyoming. So I have to say, I was really, really impressed. Social media is another platform that has a really impressive number. We have, as you can see, 110,000 fans and followers and subscribers in social media. We reached 27 million people across all of our accounts just in 2021. That was last year. And I asked for previous year's analytics, and each year this has grown significantly. So next year when I come back about this topic, I'd like to give you, you know, this year's and last year's and next year's, just so you can really see how we continue to grow based on our initiatives, based on our interactions on social media. So the postings, 489 posts, it's really impressive. And typically this is 1 or 2 people doing all of this for the department. And then 36,000 hours of watch time. We have an awesome YouTube channel with all kinds of great videos that we have a fantastic following, and we think we can continue to grow as well. So the Wyoming Wildlife Magazine. The magazine is also a very, very impressive tool we have with the agency. It's been in print for 86 years. We have circulation of 25,000 people we reach. Some of these people are in 13 other countries as well. And this last February, if you saw the photo edition, which was beautifully done, we had 5,257 photos submitted for that. So it was quite the difficult task to narrow those down to the impressive ones you did see. So last year alone, the magazine won 3 international awards and 8 local awards. So this truly is a premier magazine. And if you ever get the chance to see other states that have a wildlife magazine, I think you'll be really, really amazed at how beautifully done our magazine is. And, you know, it's just absolutely professional and utmost quality. And so, and that, again, this magazine's done with 3 or 4 people, and then with staff and department people who are, you know, able to give us topics or write stories for us occasionally. And we do use freelancers as well for photography and writing as well. But overall, it's really amazing the reach when you talk about manpower here. And that's it. That's everything I wanted to talk about with you today. And again, I really appreciate the time and being able to highlight the amazing things the department is doing right now in terms of communications.
Thank you. Any questions?
Be number 1. Thank you.
Yeah.
Super job. Thank you.
Thank you for all the hard work you do. Both of you. Thanks. At this juncture, I'll entertain a motion to call to the public. Is there any response from the public or any comments from the public? Hearing none.
Move to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn. And it's moved by Commissioner Doobie to adjourn. Is there a second? And then it's seconded by Commissioner Lundvall. And we'll reconvene tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And so do we have all those in favor signify by aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the motion carries. we're in adjourned.
Good job.